Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Dati mihi Anglican police fairness lobby.
That's literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It's wonderful to be with you on this cold and snowy morning. My kids are outside in a 7-degree wind chill with huge smiles on their faces, running and jumping around, throwing snow. They haven't seen it like this in years, and they're loving every minute of it. Keeping an eye on them to make sure they stay warm, but let's see. There we go. There's our chat. Good morning to you all. Why does my voice sound a little weird on this? It sounds a little strange. I don't have any picks yet. No, because it's cold out there. It's cold. I'm not going to go out there. It's freezing. I am in shorts and a t-shirt, though. Well, I've got my rolled up sleeves, so. Greeners, congratulations first in chat today, my friend. You are, once again, the owner of the internet. Everything IP-related worldwide now falls directly under your domain. I got 10 inches in Lower Alabama.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Most of our county has never ever recorded. The most our county's ever recorded. It's crazy. It's snowing in Florida. I was on with Brandy's live stream yesterday. She's out there on the beach, and it's like, well, that's either ash or snow. And being Florida, I would have thought you had a higher probability of it being ash. It was snow. It's cold. Pretty much everywhere is freezing now. What a absolutely beautiful outdoors it is. I was up late last night. I can tell you there were some happenings in my house that were interesting. We had a the cold weather. I live in a rural area, so at the end of my street there's I don't know what it is, 50, 100 acres of what was a cornfield, and they grow tobacco and cotton and corn and soybeans. They rotate through them every year. So we've got fields very close nearby. I'm in a very old house, and I happen to have a 90 square foot hole in my house right now, which is not good for heating purposes. I'll admit that right now. We're finding that makes it difficult. But the big cold snap made little live creatures, one in particular, look for a warmer place to stay, and they probably came up through the 90 square foot hole. And we saw a mouse in our house. Now, I do not allow mice in my house, aside from the ones that have a tail with a USB plug on the other end. And so we had a mouse in the house, and it instantly became my chore to find and eliminate it. And of course, my kids, my two youngest particularly, the past 2 days, they have absolutely loved making videos, which is amazing because I've wanted them to do this their whole lives. But they came to me and said, "Dad, can I use your GoPros?" And they found 4 of my GoPro cameras and found batteries and attachments, and they're like, "We just need the memory cards," and I have plenty of those. And so I loaded them up, and they're charging batteries, and they're wearing one on their heads and one on their chest, and they're holding one. They've got one on a pole, and they're doing all this. And so naturally it became let's film the mouse. We did see the mouse. They did. I think they tried to film it. I'm not sure if they caught it. We had a mouse trap we set up. I put peanut butter on it, and I set it down because it had run from like our bathroom into the kitchen. That it saw us and got scared and ran, or dining room. Then it got scared and ran to the kitchen. Went under the dishwasher. So I set up a little mouse trap under at the front of the dishwasher, and put a little peanut butter on it. No mouse can avoid peanut butter. They're like, it's good. And sure enough, within like 30 seconds, it comes out and eats every scrap of peanut butter off that mousetrap and does not set it off. And goes back under the dishwasher. I'm like, oh, come on, seriously. It was a tiny little thing. So, I mean, it's a field mouse. It's a tiny little field mouse. And eventually, it wanted to go back out because there's not any places to hide. It's not a lot of holes and things other than under the dishwasher for it to be. So it tried to go back to the bathroom area, I think, and it caught in our wood pile in the hallway. We have a wood pile full of 2x4s and the sheeting, the lumber we're using to rebuild the bathroom. And that's where I was able to catch it. I had my son give me my work gloves because, you never know, they might try to bite you or something. And it was still moving when I carried it out by the tail and freed it to a new home outside. It might have been injured in the process, though. Just saying. I'm big and it's little. So anyway, I did not live stream that, but that was my update. But between that and then it snowing and watching cars do little pirouettes out on the road unintentionally, it has been a long night. Which means that today's going to be a fun day because...
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. We are halfway through the work week. Ooh, I feel lightheaded. Ooh. That was a little too much. I got a thumbs up from my son, though. Welcome to Wednesday. Get it halfway. Let's sing to Bram, who's 16 today. Love that we have a birthday to sing to. Oh, and another note, completely unrelated to your birthday, Bram, is that I messed with some settings on my TV, and I can't get anything to look normal. The blacks look gray. The colors look all over. I've gone from vivid, computer, normal, tint, backlight, picture profile. I need to buy a new TV because I do not know how to reset this one, and I've tried every button. That's one of the reasons I was late this morning. Anyway, so now let's get ready to sing the happy birthday song to Bram.
Thank
Bram,
you, sir, my new best friend.
Thank you. Let's see.
I saw a chicken fight.
Yes, clearly a new TV is what you need to fix it. Yes. All right. Let's sing to Bram. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There it is. I had to find the notes. All right, we're going to sing to Bram. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bram. Happy birthday to you. Bram, you might be the only one that we're singing to this morning, but I'm sure there are some people celebrating birthdays. They're just probably still tucked up in bed with the blankets around their ears, not wanting to get out because it's cold. But to you, Bram, and everyone else who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. I hope you have the best of birthdays. We got special snow just for you, pretty much everywhere. So help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's Waffle House, IHOP, Village Inn, Denny's, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's house, and Andy's Bar and Grill. Anywhere you find pancakes being made, pretty much they're for you and they're free. If they have a problem with that, have them call me.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Happy birthday to Ivan the Great, the Russian prince. Not our favorite one. Was I pushing buttons? Yeah, I think I might have. I broke some. I know what I did that started it. I changed from 1080p 59.94 frames per second to 1080p 60 frames per second. And I don't know why that changed the color profile. It should just be the frame rate. But everything went scowampus, and I don't want to change back. Anyway, happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could choose to celebrate with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is ours. Hopefully we can make your day more specialer. Everyone knows not to do that, says Greeners. I didn't. I was tired of it being like that's the TV format. Like if you go to court, if If you ever go to court and you're plugging into the pool media format, that's the frame rate you're required to share it in. 1080p, 59.94. So that's cool. Oh, drum solo's coming up, so I can't talk over that. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Doesn't it look so much better in 60 frames per second instead of 59.94 frames per second? Happy birthday, Ram. Have a wonderful one. Look, Amazon has a cord to fix your TV. Yes, there is a cord to fix my TV, and it's attached to a new TV. So, get rid of that. Make some room here. Just the offending remote. New TV might have more buttons. Aha. Let me tell you what we're doing today. We are starting, well, we could do a couple things. We could watch something really funny that Josh sent us yesterday, or we could start speed watching court. And by speed watching court, I mean we are 4 or 5 days behind, which means we get to skip, hoppity, skippity, jump every time there's a pause. Check the burner phone. It's still here. Let's see. Burner. Found I had like 900 messages. I'm sorry, I don't check my messages very often. Change of plans for Koberger.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I saw this. And Denise, thank you for that. An update on the Brian Koberger trial, which had a closed hearing yesterday and was going to have an open hearing on Thursday. Now, I think Nate tweeted out these results as well. The judge for the hearing tomorrow, he said it's going to be an open hearing, but closed to the public. I will broadcast it on my YouTube channel, but periodically close it as needed. And so no press are allowed in. So no press it's the craziest setup I've ever seen. But he's come up with this idea. I think what it is because they will be going in and out of topics that can be public. He's going to be turning on and off the live stream throughout the hearing, which may go into Friday. And it will be easier to just turn it on and off than clear out the courtroom and then proceed. So it's going to be a wild one. It normally takes this long. Just murder trials take a long time to go to court. This one's scheduled for August 11th or something. So we're coming down. We're actually on the home stretch, believe it or not. Sandy Graham, member for 4 months. Good morning from Iowa. Good morning. Good morning to you. Hope you stay warm today. Do the buttons on your shirt count? No, they do not. They do not. I was going to count the buttons yesterday, but I can tell you this. We stopped early because we had a interview with Courtroom Confidential, which I am super excited about. It was awesome. Joshua is absolutely amazing. I had a blast. I would love to do something with him in the future. We talked about doing that, maybe bringing him on with his experience as a defense expert, as a legal defender, not public defender. He's a lawyer. He does defense. That's him. But had a blast talking to him before the interview, during the interview, on the interview. It's great. I think it's going to come out in like a week and a half, something like that. I think it comes out on a Monday. But they promised to airbrush it and make me look beautiful, and I'm going to give them all the time they need. No, they're not going to do that. But I'm giving them all the time they need to put it together, cut it together. I've got to get them a few more pictures and things that will help with that. And it was awesome. Probably one of my favorite guest appearances ever. But super excited. If you don't follow Courtroom Confidential, here's what I recommend. I would ask you to go do it, follow them. But when you do, let them know that you came from me, that you came from here, that I told you about them. They are a little bit smaller channel than me, but not for long. They are the production value of what they do is off the charts. It is amazing. It's something I would expect from a large TV network. Just his professionalism, even down to how they schedule the interviews and everything else. They're awesome. Let me get you a link. But if you do that, like their videos and just say hi from here, hi from Recovery Addicts. I'd love for them to know that you came from here, because that might increase my chances of being able to do something with him in the future, and I'd love that because he's phenomenal. Courtroom Confidential. Let me get the link for you. Just one second. Oh, look, Samantha Terry beat me. I hadn't even typed in my search bar yet. Samantha and Amber. Got it right there. So do definitely give them a subscribe, and I'm gonna keep shouting them out. I also plan on when this episode airs, I plan on being live in their chat, and it's gonna be a blast. I plan on watching live and being able to interact with everybody there. So-called recovery, so-called addict, and related lurkers. Hello, hello, Kurt. Saw you last night on Danny's live stream. I popped in there for a little while. I also watched some of the Gundys to watch Ian Runkle win an award, which he was not expecting to win, but his people came through for him and voted for him. That is awesome. So we got the most entertaining creator award, which was really cool. I think it was taped and then aired later. I think how it goes, because I'm pretty sure he was sending screenshots of or little snapshots of offensive sushi names on Twitter that he was finding at a sushi restaurant in Las Vegas during the award show. So I'm pretty sure it wasn't live. But if Ian is most entertaining, how hard up is the gun community? Am I right? I don't think Ian being in Canada and with the restrictions he's under, I find it's amazing. First of all, he knows that he was a long shot for almost any of the awards, because I mean he doesn't have the same gun freedoms that there are in the United States. It's more difficult to be a Gundy, to be a gun-oriented creator in Canada than it is to be in the U.S. It's just a fact. But to have him win, that was awesome. I love that he won, got some recognition there. It was really cool. Let's see. Oatmeal, welcome to the gallery. We're late. We're late to court. And by late, I mean 6 days. We have a lot to catch up on. So it means long days. Back just subscribed and said hi. That is awesome. I appreciate you doing that over there on Courtroom Confidential. They have interviewed Ian. They've interviewed Grizzly True Crime. They've interviewed they had Paul live from my couch. They've done just some great people, and they're just expanding. I love what they're doing. His legal background. He's an active lawyer right now. He's an active defense attorney, and that's what his main job is. And he's growing this on the side. He's only been doing YouTube for about a year, but he's up. He's growing, and he's growing fast. I think he'll do great. Joshua was absolutely amazing. Very professional image, just from the get-go. I can't say enough about him. It was both on the air and off the air. Just a genuine, fun, interested guy that he's right in his element. He's going to do so well. Yes, that's Josh. Unnamed True Crime Channel. When you type seat with an exclamation point in front of it, there will be a response from my... Well, it's a bot, honestly. I like to think that I personally type the response to everyone, but no, it's a bot. It will just welcome you like this, and it will say, "Welcome, Stephanie. Please take your reserved member seat on the front row." One of the perks of membership is we reserve you a virtual seat on the front row. So it's just a fun thing we can do for me to say thank you for the support of the channel, which makes it all possible. So thank you very much. Jamie Jane, member for 21 months. 21. It doesn't feel like 21 months, but I do remember roll call. Jamie, that makes you an OG. One day, I wish we could do roll call again with everybody. That is the one thing I've really missed as we've grown, is we're not able to connect with everybody. The front row's massive. It's almost all front row. I'd like to see it on a chart, how much front row we have compared to everything else. Seat command doesn't highlight your name anymore. What? Why not? This doesn't highlight your name on your side? podcast. Ooh, that's something. Have to be a 2-hour podcast. Some people are saying no, some it is. I wonder if it has to do with the browser you're watching in. I don't know. We'll check that. All right, so let's flip a coin. We have, better than flip a coin. I have this cool feature called a poll. I can actually ask you a question and find out what you think. Let me type the question. Just 1 second. All right. It looks like I did camel case on one of the answers, but that's how I am. The question is, should we start with day 1 of our trial or begin with a laugh with a little bit of a funny quirk from the other day? Let's see what it was. I don't even remember which one it was. Come on. Okay. Through the menu and change everything here. Set, menu, storage, set, active media. It's going to be SD1, menu, play. Oh, Josh, I pulled it already. I pulled it. I'm not going to leave it up there. I pulled it. I pulled it. Okay. Let me see what we have here. I think it's on 6. Okay. Josh, you told me to grab it, and I grabbed it before they pulled it down. So let's do a quick. It looks like the I Need a Laugh is winning. We will be catching up, and it just means long days for me and long days for you as well. But we will start with court in here in just a little minute. Looks like I Need a Laugh won by about 11%. About 11%. So let's go to camera 6. Oops, camera 6, which is right here. Look at this. Right here, and let's give this a quick little listen. I will say I've never seen this work before like this.
Alexander White, please unmute.
I think I might.
And state your name, please.
Started too early. We'll fast forward a little bit.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I'm going to which winner are you here on?
I'm here with Epic Management Property.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, I missed that. All right. Okay, just sit tight for a bit until they log in. Okay, please. I'll put you in a breakout room. So just watch your device. Okay, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think she meant Epic Property Management. I guess Epic Management Property. Oh, she had a
Yeah,
drink. The twins.
All right, Miss Gail, please unmute.
You're just getting everything squared up and orderly here.
Miss Gail, please unmute.
Don't make me ask you twice. That was twice.
All right, good morning. I'm just waiting for Mr. Dabolsky or Opolowski to check in, okay?
I will say this is a crazy one. What happens here in this courtroom, I've never seen work. Like the intended result by the annoying person was achieved. Don't mean to spoil it. Hey, there's our lawyer down there at the bottom.
Peterson. Ms. Shelton, please unmute.
This is something we never had before Zoom courts.
Ms. Shelton, please unmute.
Please
Turn your
unmute.
camera on.
It was just order in the court, and then we began.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay, now I can, yes. All right, thank you. Mr. Westmoreland, did you already speak to Ms. Shelton?
One second. Yes, Judge, I need to speak with her. I left her voicemail, but she never called me back.
Okay, so the should be a breakout room 1.
Thank you.
Right. Throw your client under the bus in front of the judge. She never called me back. All right, Judge, can we begin? You got everyone in place. We got everyone's unmuted. Everyone's on the screen. Call the next case.
Mr. Nagel, can you please unmute and turn on your camera?
I'm going to skip this. I'm sorry. It's been skippity skip. There's Christopher Nagel. Is he the guy? Yeah, let me see.
All right, thank you. Good morning. All right, good morning, Mr. Hovis.
She sends a couple people out to break rooms.
There we go. Wow. Sorry, Your Honor.
New technology.
Okay. All right, I'm going to put the 2 of you in a breakout room for a discussion. See if there's any resolution. I'll be with you in just a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
He didn't want the breakout room.
All right, Allie,
He so did not want the breakout room.
okay. All right, we are going on the record in the matter of 33rd District Court case number 25W700388. The state of Michigan versus Bradley Peterson.
Bradley Peterson, step right up.
Appearance for Mr. Peterson, please. I'm sorry, appearance for the people, please.
Where's the prosecutor? Do we have a prosecutor?
Ms. Bella?
Anyone? What happens when we
Ms.
don't?
Bella, can you please place your appearance on the record?
Is he unwrapping the Christmas presents? They're on the podium. The defendant's in the top right-hand corner. He's tall, so it cuts him off the screen a little bit. The bailiff's like, that bag's really noisy.
Ms. Bella.
Thank you, bailiff.
Okay, counsel, your Mr. Perpenwalk Keller, your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yvonne Parabon Keller, P84328, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bradley Peterson, who is present today in the courtroom.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Peterson, for the record, please.
Bradley Thomas Peterson.
All right, thank you. And
still no prosecutor.
Ms. Bella, your appearance for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michaela Vella on behalf of the people.
There she is.
7185.
Almost didn't happen today.
All right. And so today is the date scheduled for a probable cause conference in this matter. And counsel?
Your Honor, I had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Peterson in the breakout room, and this is something that the court may be aware of, and I am not. Mr. Peterson had recently come out of being incarcerated for the purposes of these proceedings. He got out on bond, and that was arranged. Mr. Peterson and I had discussed
Was he held in contempt?
a number of things in the breakout room. We discussed going forward with strategy in this case, and Mr. Peterson had informed me that he had filed a motion with the court to remove the judge from this case. And regardless of whether that motion had been filed or not, or whether he intended for such a motion to be filed, I advised him that I was not comfortable with doing so and that I did not agree to do so for the purposes of this case. And as such, him and I discussed that this was going to be a stopping point in going forward with representation. And as such, we parted amicably. And at this time, I would ask to be allowed to recuse myself from this case, Judge.
Wow. No attorney-client privilege there. Apparently, he told all.
So
he aired his grievances.
All right, so counsel, you
Judge
are
has a headache
asking
already.
to be removed from this case because Mr. Peterson filed a motion on his own and not with discussion with you, and you're not comfortable with that motion.
That is not the sole reason, Judge. Mr. Peterson insisted that the only way that he would be comfortable with me representing him in this case is if I continued and persisted with this motion. I do not agree with the motion that he is filing, and he said that he would prefer to go on his own if I would not go forward with this motion in his behalf. And we had a civil discussion about this, Judge. We did not have a fight or anything. I want to make that clear. Mr. Peterson and I have a good relationship speaking-wise, so I'm not trying to cast aspersions on him at any point. I want the record to reflect that. But this is an impasse that we have reached, and that is the reason I have brought this to the court's attention.
Okay. All right, the court will note that there was a motion that was filed today asking for this court.
We're starting a new trial today after this is done.
For the videotape?
We just did a poll to see if they wanted to show this first.
And charges.
Okay, well, we don't have videotape. You can request a transcript, certainly. Yes, you can certainly request a transcript. You don't need a motion for that. You can request a transcript without a motion, just so you know.
Okay, well, we did it over Zoom, so I just assumed that you'd have a videotape of it and not a transcript of the 7th, of January 7th, when we had a bail bond discussion and charges of trespassing and assault in the city with Ayden. We did it over Zoom.
I understand we did it over Zoom, but we don't, that was not recorded over Zoom. It was just recorded on our transcript.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to file a motion for that, I guess, because I don't.
No, sir, what I'm saying is that you don't need a motion for transcripts. You can just request the transcripts.
Okay, yeah.
There's a fee that you have to pay, but it's not a motion.
Okay, yeah, I request that. Also, I request on the Michigan Court Rule 2.003, I believe I filed that on the 17th on Friday or something like that. So
okay, hold on, just a moment. Okay, well, counsel, I will allow you to, I will grant your motion to terminate representation specifically as far as moving forward, but counsel, I would just, if you can just stay on these proceedings.
Of course, I would sure, yeah, I have no problem.
Let me finish, please.
I'm sorry.
To advise Mr. Peterson appropriately if he's getting into some territory he shouldn't be getting into, okay?
Of course, Judge.
Thank you. All right, and so, okay, that's what this one is. Okay, so this seems to be, so the motion you filed today, sir, is regarding the Zoom video that does not exist, but the transcripts you can certainly request, correct?
Yes.
That's all of this one, okay. So let me make a note on here.
Judge needs an assistant, a judicial assistant. That's the denied stamp. Denied. Prosecutor Vela there. I think she's down there.
I just want to note, defendant's motion for Zoom transcript denied, as it doesn't. Zoom video denied, as it does not exist.
I guess that does not exist. It's denied.
Because you did that on, you recorded that, right, Allie?
On the 7th?
Yes.
I believe so, but I don't know.
All right, we're just getting warmed up here. Judges That's me. Sorry, Judge. I. It's almost like Tourette's when it comes to that. When I see someone drinking, I have to make slurping noises, and I apologize. If I have Tourette's, that's the only way it shows itself.
Shame on you, sir.
Yes, shame on me. I apologize. Super rude. I should not do that. Yes, I do it in public as well. I like that she's got two bailiffs, like at either side of her desk. And they're like ready for this. They know something's coming.
But I can't click it while I'm recording.
Yeah, no, I can, you came in to record on that day. Okay, so I just wanted to confirm that, that was in fact done with, Ally, so we have the transcript only for that. Okay, and so then you filed something, let's see, I see something else on January 21st. Oh, this must be the copy of the same.
This happened yesterday, by the way.
They'll give you 2 copies of each.
Yes, yeah, okay, that's fine, okay, so there's that. We filed something on January 17th, and you're requesting under 2.003 to dismiss, qualify the judge as follows. Filed the motion in good faith.
To dismiss the judge.
Fair bond conditions and restrictions to stop U.S. public protests at City of Winnebago Public Schools are biased favors given to plaintiff. Okay, well, sir, I can tell you that that's not, that's a condition this court put in because that's what's alleged as a violation. So to protect the complaining witnesses, that's what the court put in. Just as in any assault case, sir, I put a no contact provision in. And so that is why I did that, not because there's any bias at all.
Well, if you keep
not at all.
If you keep reading, Your Honor, you'll see that the U.S. Federal Court, Judge Grant, Your Honor, because the city of Woodhaven tried to put a PPO on me, specifically told them, case dismissed, that he cannot violate my constitutional rights.
Okay,
now,
sir.
And I believe that's the issue.
Oh, hold on, please, just one moment. I understand that you think that that's the issue. I'm not trying to violate your constitutional rights. What I'm trying to do is that there is, right now, that there's a complaining witness. There are allegations, and so the court, as condition of bond, has put certain parameters and conditions of bond on. Just as, like I just stated, just as if there is an assaultive, somebody with assault and battery or domestic violence, they're not allowed to return to the home or wherever the victim lives. They're not allowed to return to the victim's place of employment. They're not allowed to contact the victim. Those are all conditions I put in. Somebody with disorderly conduct, I put certain provisions in there, whether they can use alcohol or not use alcohol, whether they have to use testing or not testing. It's not intended to violate any rights under the U.S. Constitution. The purpose is for protection of the complaining witnesses and protection of society if this court deems necessary.
That's if somebody violated a law. I haven't violated nothing.
Sir?
I'm with you.
The allegation is that you assault or resisted, obstructed a police officer causing injury and trespassed.
That's just an allegation.
You're correct. But as a condition of bond, there are certain factors the court has to take into consideration when assessing bond, and the court has judicial discretion to assess bond conditions. That is what this court did. I didn't place you on house arrest, told you you couldn't move anywhere. I didn't do any of that, sir. I simply put forth conditions relevant to the allegations therein. And sir, I'm very much aware that they're allegations only.
Yeah, you need to read the whole thing, other than just one. I got like 15 issues in there.
15 issues.
Yeah,
okay,
you need to read the whole thing. Also, Your Honor, I publicly protested today in front of your court.
Okay.
but none of your police came out to arrest me because that's my constitutional right to do. I'm not ignorant of my constitutional rights. I'm not ignorant. A judge told me a long time ago, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Right.
And so I studied a little bit. I don't know a lot, but I know my constitutional rights. I've done read your European Constitution over and over again. Actually, I wrote one of my own. If I followed your white laws, I follow them, and then you stomp on me when I follow your laws. You've been doing this for hundreds of years. You know, Martin Luther King marched, and you guys
Stop
sit
right
dogs
now, stop right now.
You
I'm not 100 years old, so do not accuse me of stomping on anything.
Well,
Let's be very clear on that.
yeah, well, okay. Yeah, don't seem like it.
I'm not 100 years old, sir. Were you interfered with at all while you were engaging in your protest?
My constitutional right? No.
No, you were
I
not.
did at the city of Woodhaven, though, and now you condemning me for it
No,
because
sir.
you restricted me.
Sir, let me be very clear.
I've committed no crime.
I am restricting, I put conditions on for the protection of the complaining witnesses, which is the authority that I've been given with my judicial discretion.
You also took an oath to uphold every citizen's constitutional right to public protest, but you're not doing that.
Sir, let me clarify. Let me clarify something. There is a balancing act that as judges we have to do. So we have you're charged with a crime, right? It's an allegation. We have the protection of the victim and the community. All right. So there's a balancing act that this court has to do. And that is what this court is doing. I have not restricted all of your movement. I have not said you can't put signs up anywhere. You can't go on any public property. I have not done that, sir.
You did?
No. What I did was I addressed specifically the complaining witness and the victims in this manner. That is what I did, and that is what I have the authority to do that's been given to me by the U.S. Constitution as well. That's statutory authority. Whether you agree with that or not, sir. I understand you don't agree, but that's not a basis for this court to disqualify itself. Let's see what the next one is here.
He wrote its own constitution as well. He says, I read the European Constitution and I wrote one myself.
Okay, I don't know what bias favors are.
Bias favors. Okay, cross that one out. That was a typo.
I'm not biased, prejudiced, discriminating against you in any way, sir.
That's your opinion.
That's your opinion.
And sir, let me just be very clear. The court has not infringed on your First Amendment right of free speech. What it did is it put in protections for the victim in this matter.
I'm the victim.
Which this court has every authority to do.
I'm the victim, and you're not recognizing that. I just protested in front of your courthouse and it was okay. You should have arrested me then. When I go to your schools and you're whined out, when I go to schools and you're whined out, you should arrest me, but you're not going to.
Let me just clarify. I, as a judge, do not have the authority to arrest you myself.
Well, they don't either. They took an oath to uphold my civil rights, whether they like it or not.
Sir, did anybody arrest you here?
You weren't supposed to. It's my constitutional right to do. Just like in the city of Woodhaven. This is what I'm trying to get through to you. You're trying to say, no. There's allegations against you that you did this, and this. I'm trying to tell you I exercised my constitutional rights and they violated me. I'm the victim.
And sir, that is everything that will come through discovery and whatnot. At this stage, this is considered pre-trial.
I know what this is. I've been through your system before. Also, Your Honor, I've asked if you don't dismiss yourself, I'm asking for another judge to hold.
Just one moment, please. This court, sir, has to take the allegations and there's a process.
Like I don't know it. I know your process. I've been down your roads before. But
I don't know what roads of mine you've been down, sir.
On 15,
you've been here, excuse me. You've been here in this court a number of times as other matters have been disqualified.
Yes,
and you have been treated with respect and fairness. And I believe you've even stated that yourself.
That's not all entirely true.
Hold on, sir. I believe you've even stated that yourself.
Yeah, but that's not all entirely true.
Yes.
You wasn't here to dismiss the posted signs, was you? You should have been here when the prosecutor dismissed City of Woodhaven posted signs.
What?
You didn't show up then.
Hold on, sir. I don't even know what one that is you're talking about.
Well, there was the one that we was going through and postpone. The City of Woodhaven wrote a violation. No, they wrote violations, for posted signs in this case. In other cases. Because I was protesting in the City of Woodhaven. Okay. But on the day that you were supposed to be here to have that case dismissed, another judge took your place. You think I'm sleepy or stupid? I'm not. But I'm 15.
Stop there right now, sir. Stop there right now. I don't think you're sleepy and I don't think you're stupid. When was that case? The one that you're talking about that I had another judge sitting for me, when was that case?
That was, I don't know the exact date of it, but I know the case was dismissed by a prosecutor.
Okay. Was that about a year ago, sir?
It was last year.
Last year.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the time that I had somebody sitting here in my place was because I had to go to Illinois on an emergency basis because my father had a stroke.
Oh, my fault.
So instead of having everything dismissed, I made sure I had another judge here to cover. So do not accuse me of thinking that you're sleepy or stupid. I made sure that there was a judge here to cover it anyway. So whether I was here or not is irrelevant.
The case got dismissed from the City of Woodhaven. But anyway, I'm 15. The defendant under Michigan Court Rule 2.003 requests a hearing by a district court chief judge in case if judge refuses to dismiss herself from this case. I know I have a constitutional right. If you don't dismiss yourself, I have the right for another judge to look at it. This way, it's impartial. It's where another judge can look at it and not just yourself. And apparently, you want to hold this case for a reason. And I believe that you in the City of Woodhaven, the state of Michigan, is in conspiracy. You know what I mean? You guys can say I'm crazy or not, but that's what I'm seeing. Because if you're fighting so hard to keep this case in your court, there's something wrong. Something got to be wrong. You already violated my constitutional right to public protest at the City of Woodhaven because of allegations that I committed assault against the police officer. You guys don't even know me.
Sir, okay, stop right there, please, just one moment. So, I'm not fighting to hold on to this case. I was assigned this case by the State Court Administrative Office. Now, I'm also elected to preside over cases. So, unless there's a valid reason for this court to disqualify itself, I am obligated, whether I want to or not, to sit and preside over the matter. I am the chief judge of this court, and so I don't find that there's a basis at this point for me to disqualify myself. However, you certainly have the right to request the State Court Administrative Office can review that. That is absolutely your right. That's how that gets reviewed.
Well, yeah, I want another judge to look at this, because if you don't want to dismiss yourself from this case, we got a problem right there. Because
there's not a problem, sir. I have a responsibility.
The city would have.
Sir, I have a responsibility. The matter was transferred over to the 27th District Court because the 33rd District Court disqualified itself. Perhaps they sent it here because the other matters that you've had here, I don't know. I didn't ask for the case to be sent here. It's random. I have zero, just as though when I disqualify myself from a case, it gets sent somewhere else. I have no control over where it gets sent. I have no control over what gets sent to me, whether it's from 25th District Court, 28th District Court, 24th District Court, 34th District Court, or the like, sir.
Well,
so, just so you're aware.
Well, I have a history of this 27th District Court in cahoots with the City of Woodhaven. I think the judge Ken Bash or something like that. He might be up there somewhere. He's retired now. You guys did me the same thing, same way you did.
You guys, I wasn't here.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Your system, you wasn't here, you're not 100 years old.
It's not my system. It's the system of the country. It's the entire system. You keep accusing this court that I'm 100 years old and I've been oppressing things for 100 years, that it's my system.
Well, I'm saying
I didn't arrest you. That is not
it's your system.
My system.
And regardless, this is your system. It's not mine.
It is yours.
It's not. I'm Native Indian African. I'm not even a citizen.
No?
No, I'm a prisoner in my own country because of you white people. Y'all need to go back home where you guys come from.
Okay, sir. Well, let me just say this. All right. You are accusing this court of being biased and prejudiced.
And racist.
Yep. And racist. However, your comment, sir, would seem to suggest otherwise.
Look, why do you raped us, you robbed us, and you murdered us legally?
Stop right
Everything
there.
that you people have
Stop
done has
right
been legal.
there. It's not you. I did not do that.
You're the system.
Do not put that on me. But here's what I'm going to do, sir. I'm going to grant your request. And this court's going to disqualify itself, and you can figure out which other court's going to handle this matter after the state court administrative sends wherever it's got to send, whatever it has to send. Because at this point, I am not going to stay here, take the abuse from you and your allegations, which are completely false and unbased. This court, myself, did not do anything that you're accusing me of doing at all. I wasn't even around at that point. So we're going off the record. You can step outside in the lobby. Somebody will give you the next stuff you have to do.
And I'll give you a call, Mr. Keller. Thank you very much for helping me.
Mr. Keller's like, I don't want any part of this.
That's all. There'll be another judge. There'll be another judge assigned.
So am I free to leave, or do I got to get paperwork or something?
I believe that you're all set, sir.
Well, thank you. You have a good weekend and a good year. Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
I don't want to violate none of you guys' laws.
Okay, and they left. They left amicably. Mr. Keller down there in the bottom.
I have to wait to write this file. All right, counsel. So there's that. So it won't be this court anymore.
Okay, Judge. I appreciate the judge granting my withdrawal. I will contact and make sure that counsel is appointed to Mr. Peterson if he wants it. But otherwise, thank you very much, Judge. Have a pleasant day, and I'm sorry it had to be this way.
You're all set. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, so
yeah, so that's where we're going to end that one. Okay, we are going to pick up with the Cochran trial, which is on day one. We are going to be watching at 1.25 speed because we have a lot of catch up to do. Remind me when there are breaks. I'll try to skip everything I can, and we're going to be just turbocharging through all of this. I can't believe he wasn't held in contempt. I can't believe he wasn't held in contempt. It appears that he was already once incarcerated, like his lawyer said. He served time for the case at hand. Basically, in these current proceedings, he has already served time for this. I think he's probably already been held in contempt once. It's already been transferred from another judge once. Now it's going to yet a third judge. And I feel sorry for the person at the bottom of the rung, who's the last one, when there's no one else to transfer it. But honestly, it's one of those situations, probably a lot like Mr. Farag up there in Washington, where it's not worth the headache, his allegation. The assaulting a police officer, I doubt he took a swing at somebody. It could have been like a struggle and push or something. They're probably going to end up dropping the charges. He's probably going to get his way. And the judges just don't want anything to do with it. But all right, that was a crazy beginning. Let's see, Samantha Terry, thank you for the brief summary here. We're watching this. I'm not going to give a ton of background because we are going to get all the opening statements that will spell this out. But Natalie Cochran is currently serving 11 years in federal prison for a Ponzi scheme that raked in millions of dollars. She now stands accused of taking the life of her husband, Michael, by poisoning him with insulin. There were charges previously to this. The case was dropped. New evidence was found. The case was brought back on this. So this is going to be a pretty fun case, and the audio is phenomenal. I love it. So we're going to jump to that right now. Give me just 1 second, and we're good. We're good. Okay, it should start. We are at 1.25 speed. I can skip some of the familiar stuff, the instructions. If the judge gives instructions to the jury, if you want, I can skip those because most of us know those by now. My wife made me blueberry muffins. Oh my goodness. That is good. I would share them with all of you. They're that good. Here, I'll let you smell. That is delicious. Okay, we're skipping. I thought I had already got it skipped to here, but
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
that was good.
Raleigh County is now sitting.
Here we go. Judge is here.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran, and it is case number CC-41-2023-F-343K. The record should reflect that all parties remain in place. The defendant is present. Let me explain to counsel and the defendant that we already have a juror problem. Ms. Bays in the clerk's office received in her junk mail an email from Ashley Evans. If you remember, she is juror number 3, whom we interrogated lengthily yesterday. I will not read the entirety of this email, but basically she says that she's not coming. She has no reliable transportation. She said that her son has special needs and he is on virtual school and she can find no one to watch him or keep a fire. She has psychological issues and she is going to see Dr. Jaffrey today or tomorrow. And lastly, she talked to someone about the case on her way home against the court's instruction. So obviously she has done everything she can to remove herself from the jury. Ordinarily, I would consider sending the bailiff out to retrieve her and bring her in, but under the circumstances, I don't think we want to have her as a juror in this case. And it looks like we will have to use alternate number 1 to step up and become one of our regular jurors. Now throw that out to see if you have any objections or suggestions. And from the state, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, it's unfortunate that we are using a 1 of 3 so early, but that's why they're there.
That's true. Mr. Victor?
I think that bringing this juror in would be what I usually call an exercise in futility. I think we need to use an alternate juror.
All right, and that's the court's view as well. Again, ordinarily I would at least bring her in, chastise her, and perhaps even find her in contempt. Not because she has these problems, of course, but because she did not tell us about these issues that she had, and she has had a perfect opportunity to explain to us that she had difficulties. We were very cooperative and very considerate yesterday, and when prospective jurors had issues, we accommodated them as best as we could. So I propose to elevate alternate number 1, who is James Casey Bailey, to regular juror status. All right, are there any further matters that we need to discuss? And I'll turn to you first, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, this would be before the first witness, but we have 2 limiting instructions that the state anticipates referencing in the exhibit. I thought I'd present those to the court.
That's great. Great that you have the limiting instructions since I don't have a secretary anymore.
That conflict with defense is
all right.
Also, can we turn this off instead of the jurors staring at the word searching all the time? We can turn it on.
Sure.
When we meet. Thank you. That was very.
I don't want you to tip your hand for the court's benefit. Who will be your first witness? And I assume it'll be a 404B witness.
Robert Heinzman.
Okay.
No, the defense knows today's lineup, so that's not a problem. We told them who we were calling today.
All right. And Mr. Victor, you've looked over the limiting instruction.
I have. There's probably needs to be one little change. There's
okay. What is it?
In the 404B, rather than the second line to prove his character would be probably to prove her character.
Okay.
Good eye.
I would spell who's differently in the instructional.
Now wait a minute.
That's a minutia.
Is that the only correction you'd ask?
I would ask. That's
not a spelling error.
I'll certainly make that. Anything from the defense, Mr. Victor or Mr. Sullivan?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury, please.
Let me fix the picture. My picture is bad.
I'll
I think
stand for everyone. I'll explain to the jury why you
we're
folks are not
gonna fix the
standing.
picture.
And I understand.
Okay, hold tight for just 1 second. I need to 43, 44. Okay, I've fixed the picture here. Just 1 second. Let's go to 7. Is that better? I think we're waiting for the jury to come in. Just 1 second. The sync's a little bit off, so let me get the audio fixed. Oh, that's a fantastic
Plenty of
beard.
room in the jury box. Just find a seat anywhere. You're no longer numbers, your names.
Okay, so we're a little bit off. A couple seconds behind. Well, this just tells me that I broke it on my Apple TV and not the. Now I'm not getting sound at all.
We don't want them to, but there's no use for them to be popping up and down, and I'll stand for everyone. We have had a difficulty with one of your own. Ms. Ashley Evans has had some problems this morning, and she cannot serve as a juror in this case. She's had some extreme difficulties. This is why we have alternate jurors. Alternate juror number 1 is James Casey Bailey. Where are you, Mr. Bailey? Congratulations, you are elevated at this moment to regular juror status. You are no longer an alternate. You will be a regular juror with the rest of the 11 regular jurors. Now, difficulties. This is why we have alternate jurors. Alternate juror number 1 is James Casey Bailey. Where are you, Mr. Bailey?
Apparently know exactly who that is.
You are elevated at this moment to regular juror status. You are no longer an alternate. You will be a regular juror with the rest of the 11 regular jurors. Now, yesterday we were rushed. We went late, and I know that some of you folks had to get home to family and other obligations, so I did not get to give you my brief spiel. I will do it now. We will try to start promptly at 9 o'clock every day. I would ask you to be in your jury room a little bit before 9 o'clock. I will have donuts for you of the finest caliber. Donuts. I will have coffee for you as well. We will break for lunch. Lunch break. Sometimes I have to go a little bit after.
Why is it not working?
Yesterday and before to go to any of the local restaurants. If you have ready access to your car, you can drive to one of the fast food restaurants or one of the restaurants here in town. We have Upland Soul that's just right next to the annex and also the dish.
Sorry.
And I can get you some menus even if you wish to order ahead of time and have your lunch ready. If you want to brown bag it and bring your own lunch, you're welcome to do that, and you can stay in your jury room and enjoy your lunch that you make yourself. If you want to not have lunch at all, which is something I wouldn't advise, you're welcome to do that. You can walk around town as long as it's not 11 degrees out there, or you can stay in your jury room or whatever you wish, because your lunchtime is your time, and you can relax in any way that you want to. Yesterday was sort of an anomaly we wanted to get the jury seated, and you folks comprise the jury. And so we wanted to go late rather than to bring everybody back in, because not only did we have you folks, we had 40-some other people in another courtroom waiting, and we wanted to send those folks home that would not be chosen for this trial, and we wanted to get you all situated. So that's why we stayed late yesterday. I don't anticipate that we will be doing that in the future unless I consult with you and everybody's okay with it.
I'll get it on the screen in just a minute,
guys.
Just 1 second.
Taken care of. I don't permit note-taking by my jurors. Several have already asked me about that.
Notes.
And that is from experience. I'm an old guy, and I've been doing this for a while, and I have observed over time that some folks become distracted when their partner sitting next to them is busily making a transcript and taking down every word that's spoken in the courtroom. So I decided to refrain from allowing my jurors to take notes so that you folks could rely on your memories and just watch and not be a slave to a pen and paper. As I explained to you before, you have to be on guard. You are jurors and you are targets. There is much interest in this case, and folks will ask you questions about it. And probably last night your relatives, when you got home, pounced on you and asked you a lot of questions. I instruct you sternly not to speak among yourselves about this case.
Okay,
and
now
not
we're going to go to
talk
channel 2
to
instead.
anyone else. There is much interest in this case.
Is that better?
And folks will ask you questions about it. And probably last night your relatives, when you got home, pounced on you and asked you a lot of questions. I instruct you sternly not to speak among yourselves about this case and not to talk to anyone else. If you are wandering about out in the hallway, you are subject to run into someone that you know, somebody that might be here on other business. And they might approach you and they'll say, why are you here? And as soon as you say, well, I'm a juror, then they're going to say, oh, what case is it? Tell me some juicy details. And then you're in trouble. You don't want to even be seen talking to someone else at all. As I explained to you before, the attorneys will be discreetly cordial to you. They might wave or nod to you, but they're not going to be your best friends. They do not want to be seen talking to a juror because it is a hint of impropriety. So the attorneys will kind of run from you if they see you coming. Please do not discuss the case. If someone is persistent and talks to you about it, tell them nothing and report the matter to the bailiff or to me. We may have some smokers on the jury, and if we do, we'll try to accommodate. You can talk to the bailiff in that regard so that you can take a smoke break when appropriate. And I think that's about it. I don't have very many rules. They're pretty simple. I urge my jurors to be friendly with each other, get to know each other. You all are very nice people. You can talk about anything under the sun except for this case. So if you want to talk about sports or politics or the weather,
everything you want to except for the thing you want to
do so. You can talk about your families, you can share pictures or whatever you want to do, but just do not talk about this case, and in particular don't talk about the judge, because I'm very sensitive about that. All
Look
right,
at my briefs. Thank you very much.
That,
good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a formal instruction that I need to read to you, and it's more or less some of the same, but I need to make a record in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a trial must be conducted in accordance with the law of the land.
Okay, while he does this, we're going to skip this, so let me hurry and say a couple things. Danny Pantaloons, welcome to the gallery. Glad you could join us. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, you can never leave. Sandy Graham, member for 4 months. Good morning from Iowa. Oatmeal, good morning. Welcome to the gallery. Jamie Jane, member for 21 months. Thank you. And Legal My Briefs, welcome to the gallery. Thank you all. I appreciate your support. Let's fast forward through the judge's reading and get straight to the opening statements where we'll start understanding exactly what is happening here in this case. So,
okay. All right, now, Mr. Truman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. On February the 5th of 2019, Michael Cochran was a 200-pound, healthy 38-year-old man. By midday of February 6th of 2019, he had lost consciousness, and he would never regain consciousness. He died in hospice care 5 days later, February 11th of 2019.
2019. Okay.
How could this happen?
Keep your notes here.
Why did it happen? For an answer to that, look no further than this defendant's conduct. As you were told, the state has no direct evidence, the kind of stuff that makes TV shows exciting, the kind of stuff prosecutors love, jurors love. There is no DNA. There is no evidence of fingerprints. There are no videos of what happened.
It is a whodunit.
But, as Judge Kirkpatrick will instruct you at the end of this, circumstantial evidence is just as valid as that type of direct and scientific evidence. And there is a ton of evidence of this defendant's guilt. All circumstantial. So how did this happen? How did this healthy 38-year-old man go into a state of unconsciousness and never come back from that? On the morning of February 6th of 2019, this defendant advised her friend and neighbor, Jennifer Davis, that she had been sick all night, 103-degree temperature. And she had previously advised that she had cancer and was under chemo treatment. And that chemo treatment, the effects of which were somewhat negated by insulin. There were no diabetics in the Cochran house. And there's no evidence that this defendant was taking insulin to counteract anything. But Jennifer Davis, being a good friend and the mother of a child who was a severe diabetic, had insulin. The defendant knew that. Jennifer Davis, being a good friend, sends her husband with insulin to the defendant's house that morning. About noonish, one way or the other, Michael Cochran collapses in the Cochran house kitchen. Now, the defendant gives various versions of what she saw, what she heard, and what she did, but there's no question that he was unconscious by about 12:20 or so. How do we know that? She took a picture of him and sent that picture to a number of people, showing him in a collapsed state in their kitchen. Did she call 911? No. Did she load him into a car and take him to the yard? No. What did she do? She called 2 construction guys that worked for her. They took Michael Cochran from the kitchen floor and put him on the couch, where he would remain for the rest of the day, some at least 6 hours or so. That's an unusual reaction for somebody to take with their spouse. She did, in addition to calling the construction workers, you'll hear from him, Jason Bowen, who helped move Mr. Cochran to the couch. She called a trooper friend of theirs, J.D. Hamilton. J.D. Hamilton came to the Cochran residence. He saw Michael on the couch. Michael was not conscious, and he was concerned. J.D. Hamilton is married to Stephanie Hamilton, and she is a physician's assistant. They get some medical attention. Stephanie Hamilton came to the house. She looks at Michael Cochran, and she tells her he needs to be checked. Did the defendant do that? No. Let him lay on the couch. Roughly 3 hours later, things have deteriorated to the point where Michael loses control of his bladder and urinates on himself. Did that event trigger any action by the defendant? Did it seek medical care for her husband, who's on the couch and unconscious now for a number of hours? No. She and her sister changed his clothes and left him on the couch. By 6-ish or so that evening, Michael's best friend, Chris Davis, comes to the house. Chris Davis takes charge. He says, "We're going to the hospital." The defense says, "Oh, he don't want to go, he don't want to go." Of course, nobody could ask him because he was unconscious. But Chris Davis says, "We're taking him to the hospital." They do. They go to Raleigh General Hospital. But the damage has been done. You'll hear from a couple of doctors to explain the significance, but for now, just keep these numbers in mind. According to the defendant, Michael Cochran's blood glucose level was in the 140s during the day. She reports that to a couple people. He gets to Raleigh General Hospital, and it was 21. 21. That may mean nothing to you right now, but keep that number in mind. Now, Michael Cochran's mom was 10 minutes from his house. She's a retired, registered nurse. Did the defendant contact her? Oh, she did, about 10 o'clock that night by text, saying they're going to have to take Michael from Raleigh General to CAMC. All the opportunities to get help to this man, and she took none of them. After being in CAMC for a few days, he's transferred to hospice. He's there roughly 5 hours and dies. His cause of death was damage to his brain caused by insulin. You'll know that because a couple of doctors will testify. A Dr. Uribe and a Dr. Krieger will tell you how the effects of insulin just basically destroyed this man's brain. Glenda Epperly, an experienced RN and a hospice nurse, said she had never seen a body come out of hospice that looked so good. This was a healthy man until she did him in. Now that answers the how. Why? Why would this happen? And why would it happen when it happened? Well, as the defense counsel informed you during questioning, the defendant had run a Ponzi scheme, a big one, where millions of dollars were taken from friends, relatives, local professionals. As many deceptions and lies as were told to her victims of the Ponzi scheme, Michael Cochran was told just as many. He did not know what was going on, but he was determined to find out. Because people were saying, hey, we invested in your company in this plan, and we're not getting our money back. And he was frustrated. He was very frustrated. But the same excuses provided by the defendant to all of her victims in the Ponzi scheme were being provided to Michael Cochran, too. It's everybody's fault under the sun. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars in their money stuck in a bank in Virginia, Bank of America. That's what she told Michael Cochran. That's what he believed. So Michael Cochran is going to straighten this out. They charter a flight from Beckley to the Bank of America branch in Lynchburg, Virginia for the 6th of February, 2019. Mysteriously, the defendant cancels that trip in early morning hours. Why was that trip so important? Because Michael Cochran and everybody else would know at that point. There is no money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There's never been any money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There are no government contracts, which is what she was selling to the most of Raleigh County, it seems like. Those were fictitious things that she made up and built millions of dollars out of her victims. Now, we're not going to pretend Michael Cochran didn't get a benefit from this. He did. The defendant and her family lived a very lavish lifestyle with other people's money. And Trooper Heinzman will explain to you in an overview, because this case isn't the Ponzi scheme case. That one's over. This is a murder case. But he'll explain to you how the defendant did this and how she was able to pull this off for so long and how she got so many people
interested in letting the prior bad acts in.
That was all going to blow up on February 6th. And it would have been over February 6th. But of course, the Cochrans never made it from Beckley to Lynchburg. And Michael Cochran is dead because of this. By the way, in case you've forgotten from some of your questioning, this defendant is a pharmacist. She knows about medications and drugs. Beyond that, she held herself out as a specialist in diabetic counseling.
Yvonne, welcome to the
she
jury.
Knew the impact insulin would make.
Thank you so much.
That's our case. All circumstantial, and at the end of it, we'll be asking you to find the right verdict and find this defendant guilty of first-degree murder.
All circumstantial.
Mr. Victor?
May it please the court, counsel for the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by the prosecution's account, and perhaps by some other accounts, Natalie Cochran is not a nice person. She defrauded friends, relatives, investors. She was involved in a Ponzi scheme. She cheated, she scammed. And she has paid for it. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the fact that she is perhaps a fraud and perhaps a cheat, and that you wouldn't perhaps want to invite her home for Sunday dinner, that you wouldn't like her, does not translate into being a murderer. This trial is not a forum on public acceptance. You don't have to like her. You don't have to say she is a great person. But you have taken the oath to judge her fairly and to give her a fair shake, a fair trial. When you took the oath, it's not just some wave of a hand. It is a solemn oath to search for the truth and to determine what really happened in this case. Now, the prosecutor presented a very nice theory, except that before we do that, again, I'm Matthew Victor. I represent Natalie Cochran with my co-counsel, Mr. Stanley Seldon. We represent somebody, again, who is perhaps dishonest in her financial dealings, but who didn't kill anybody, let alone her husband, her only man in her life, a man, the father of her 2 children, and a man with whom she was enamored ever since she laid eyes on him in high school. She's not a murderer, as the evidence will show. Now, she is accused here by the state of West Virginia of one of the vilest crimes there is known. And I will submit to you that the state's motive in this case, as they presented it to you, is absolute nonsense. The state of West Virginia is trying to tell you that my client, Natalie Cochran, who has lived with the man who was up to his eyeballs in the Ponzi scheme, somehow detected that he was on her. He was already detecting that she was committing a major fraud, and he was going to run straight to the federal government. Well, think about it, ladies and gentlemen, as you listen to the evidence. The state would want you to believe that he didn't know anything about the Ponzi scheme, didn't know anything about millions of dollars in the lavish lifestyle. He didn't know anything about this, even though the evidence will show that he was signing all these contracts, he was working on the contracts, he was signing checks, and you will see that evidence, you will hear that evidence. And all of a sudden he found out that Natalie Cochran, his beloved wife, is a fraud and a cheat. And what was he going to do? No, he was not going to go and talk to her and try to resolve this case somehow, get a lawyer. Well, no. The evidence will show, well, at least the state's evidence will show, that she's going to run to the federal government and turn her and her in and have the dear wife, the mother of his children, locked up in prison. Well, okay, think about that. As you listen to the evidence, be aware of the fact that she, that is Ms. Cochran, does not have to prove herself innocent. The state has the burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, to demonstrate that Natalie Cochran killed her husband with premeditation, deliberation, and malice. And that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will show the state cannot do. They cannot do it. You will see exhibits, you will see documents here, consider it all. But what comes to mind immediately is that bottle of insulin. And I will submit to you that this is a smokescreen that the state is going to present to you. You will hear expert testimony and evidence that this type of insulin could not kill anybody. And for that matter, that the amount of insulin that may have been given to Michael Cochran would not kill him. The state will not tell you exactly what happened that day. Well, they will tell you what they believe happened that day after Mr. Cochran was allegedly shot with this insulin. But what they will not tell you is that if you are shot with a injection of insulin, you're not going to drop unconscious immediately. Think about what would happen if somebody injected you with insulin. Would you react? Would you call 911? Now let's think about it. Let's also think about the fact that the evidence in this case is not exactly what the state believed you to be. Mr. Cochran was a 38-year-old man who died, and the question still remains, what did he die of? you will hear medical evidence that Mr. Cochran was not a healthy 38-year-old man. In fact, to the contrary, between the late 2017 and the time of his death in 2019, he was in the hospital 4 times. For what? For life-threatening conditions. He was a ticking bomb, the evidence will show, health-wise. He suffered from a plethora of medical conditions that could easily end up his life. What's more, you will hear the evidence that Mr. Cochran fancied himself to be a bodybuilder. He wanted to be the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Universe. And what did he do to that, in that regard? Mr. Cochran has imported, well, let's call it medication, from Mexico, online, from sources that were not approved by any FDA or any legitimate American government sources. And he was taking medication, steroids, that were not for human consumption. That there was some animal medication taken only by the animals.
Or steroids.
So consider that. Consider that. He was not a healthy man. He was in the hospital in 2017 for his back problems. Let's maybe even disregard that. But he was again in the hospital for mold exposure, with the symptoms similar to what happened to him in February of 2019. He hated the hospitals, the evidence will show. He told everybody that if they ever took him to the hospital, it would be a waste of money, and he would not want to stay in a hospital. But 2 days later, he was again in a hospital.
Too soon,
with the
Kathy.
same conditions,
Too soon.
even worse. Somehow he survived. His medical conditions, you will hear, involve the swelling of the brain, convulsions, perhaps epilepsy. You will hear all that evidence. He was not a healthy man. And he refused to take medications. He was pumping himself with steroids and whatever other medication there was that he could get from less than legitimate sources. And you have to consider that in arriving at your verdict. Secondly, the evidence will show that the state's medical evidence as such is going to be easily discredited by the expert evidence of people who, expert witnesses, who will tell you that this type of medication, what he had, could not have killed this man. And on top of that, the facts of the case are also different from what the prosecution told you. In fact, the insulin, you will hear about all this insulin. This is a smokescreen. The insulin that my client had in her possession was the insulin that Mr. and Mrs. Davis gave her repeatedly. Why? Because they had a diabetic son. And Natalie was an expert in administering that medication because their next door neighbor had a son who had diabetes 1. Sad to hear that, but that's the reality of it. It was not a one-time deal. She was in fact entitled to go to the pharmacy and get that medication, pick up the medication for Mr. and Mrs. Davis's son. So the fact that she had any insulin in her home is of no import.
Why did she get it from the neighbor?
The state will present the evidence that they found a bottle of insulin in her home. We will, however, present to you that that bottle of insulin was first of all full, so nobody took that insulin. Second of all, that insulin was found in the refrigerator 4 months after Mr. Cochran's death. That insulin is completely irrelevant, as the evidence will show. Now,
I love his mannerisms.
the state
Let me read my notes.
wants you to believe that Ms. Cochran, as a pharmacist, is knowledgeable of the insulin because she wanted to kill her husband. The evidence, however, will show that Ms. Cochran, as a pharmacist, is also known to have great knowledge of any other substances that could kill, undetectable, untraceable. And so consider this evidence. Let's assume that the state is right on everything. Consider the fact that this cold-blooded killer borrows a murder weapon from a neighbor to kill her husband with the insulin that involves now a couple of witnesses. Then she places that medicine in her refrigerator, the evidence of the crime apparently according to the state, for 4 months. And then she somehow does not use any other substances that she knows of because she is a pharmacist. That theory is absurd, ladies and gentlemen. Jury. And now, the kicker. She has an absolute power to hide the evidence. And the evidence will show that she had never cremated her husband. So he was exhumed, his body was exhumed, so that the state would prove something, which the state cannot, but at least they try. And we will submit to you that if she had cremated the late Mr. Cochran's body, there would have been no case. There would have been any case. Now, you will hear the evidence about her chemo treatment. You will hear the evidence about her health. And, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after all of that, you will come to the realization that the state's case doesn't make any sense. And you will not be able to answer your own question, perhaps. What did this man die of? Certainly not the insulin injection. And the evidence will also show
there was an insulin
that
injection?
Mr. Cochran,
Is that what he's
by the
saying?
state's own admission, was enjoying the benefits of Ms. Cochran's fraud. Well, that's another red herring. He was involved in the Ponzi scheme. He knew about multi-million-dollar purchases, the toys, the houses, trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, expensive, lavish lifestyle. And you have to ask yourself at the end of the case, he didn't know about it? Really? He didn't know how this money was generated? He who wrote all the contracts for the government, for the non-existing purchases? If you cannot answer these questions, then you have to acquit the defendant. This is a complex case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. But it's built by the state of West Virginia on conjectures and innuendos. It is rich on spurious conclusions and speculation.
Spurious.
But it's thin on facts. And glaringly lacking in motive. And the evidence necessary to prove that my client killed her husband. At the end of the case, we will ask you to find her not guilty. Thank you.
Ashley, you'll want to turn up the volume on your end. I've got it
Members of
already
the jury, the
maxed
next
out.
part or
clicking.
stage of this case is the introduction of the evidence through witnesses and exhibits. This is what lawyers and judges call the heart of any trial. You are to determine the facts of this case solely from the evidence. As jurors, it is your duty to listen carefully to and observe closely all witnesses and evidence to assess the weight of the evidence and the credibility of each witness. As I explained to you, because the state has the burden of proof, the state goes forward first. Mr. Truman, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Robert Heinzman.
All right, witness number 1, Robert Heinzman.
You will raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. And Mr. Truman, if you will give me a prompt at the proper time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You wish for me to proceed with both instructions?
No, sir.
Go right ahead.
You are Robert Heinzman?
Yes, sir, I am.
Tell us your background in education and employment, please.
My name's Robert Heinzman, and it's probably best if I go chronologically from my first professional job to present to help keep things in order. I joined the United States Marine Corps in 1989 and got discharged in 1993 off of active duty and joined the Beckley Police Department here in Beckley as a law enforcement officer. I worked at the Beckley Police Department 4.5 years and applied for the West Virginia State Police and then was hired by the West Virginia State Police in 1997. I stayed with the State Police until the year 2000. I left law enforcement and went into doing private investigation for about a year for a local attorney here in Beckley. In 2001, I went back into law enforcement, worked at the Bluefield Police Department for 2 years. I was doing that while I was finishing an undergraduate degree at Bluefield State College. Finished that in 2003, went back into the private sector, came back to Beckley, worked for a law firm here doing civil investigation. I did that for about 3 years, and I was then recruited by a former law enforcement officer that I worked with who was now working with the West Virginia State Insurance Commission's fraud unit. It was a new unit that had been created in West Virginia around 2015, 2016. So I joined that unit and did insurance fraud investigation for about 6 years until the state police had called me and then recruited me to come back to the state police because they wanted to stand up a financial crimes unit inside their Bureau of Criminal Investigation. They didn't have anybody doing that. They needed someone with some experience doing fraud investigations. So I went to the state police in 2013 and stayed there until 2019. In 2019, I applied for law school here in West Virginia and went to move to Morgantown, attended law school starting in 2019. Law school is 3 years long, so I did that for 3 years. And then after law school, I took the bar in 2023. Was accepted to the state bar. I'm now a practicing attorney in Morgantown, West Virginia. I opened an office there, and I'm in my second year in private practice in Morgantown. And that's my storied career, part of it.
Was this case your last case in law enforcement?
This was the last criminal investigative case that I worked before I left the law enforcement community.
Your Honor, I ask that this be marked as States 1 for identification.
Who does the defendant look like?
Your Honor, I believe it would be appropriate to read the 2 cautionary instructions at this time.
All right, members of the jury, normally the court would read to you what's called the jury charge at the end of all the evidence and before the closing arguments. Sometimes during the trial, the court must read to you a limiting or cautionary instruction, and that time has arisen. So I read to you these 2 instructions. The court instructs the jury that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts by the accused is not to be considered to prove her character in order to show that she acted in conformity therewith. However, the jury may consider such evidence for other purposes, such as proof of motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, identity, and absence of mistake or accident as to the crimes charged. The court has or will take judicial notice of court documents generated by the United States District Court, Southern District of West Virginia. That is, the court has or will take as a fact that the litigation in the United States District Court, Southern District of West Virginia, occurred based upon the determination of sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. You are instructed, however, that you may or may not accept that fact as conclusive. All right, you may continue now, Mr. True.
Your Honor, before we begin, may defense counsel will be shown the exhibit so we are on the same page.
Sure.
Show it to me after we can see both.
She's got the hairstyle of the girl in Dirty Dancing, Baby in Dirty Dancing, all the parts on the wrong side, I think, for that one. Sigourney Weaver.
Bob, I hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1. Can you review and identify, please?
Some people say everybody has a doppelganger.
Yes, sir. These would be the federal documents. The financial crime in this case was charged through the federal government. So these are the federal documents that certify that an agreement was made by Ms. Cochran to plead to certain financial crimes, federal financial crimes, to resolve the financial crime that occurred with this investigation.
This was your last criminal investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 1 reflects the finality of that investigation for that part of the case. Is that a fair assessment?
It does.
Tell us some background as to what that case was about. What's a Ponzi scheme?
Let me start by saying that I just didn't go from law enforcement into doing financial crimes.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object. We don't need all the background. Let's just answer the questions.
All right, I'll give the witness some leeway. Sir, you can explain. Go ahead.
A little spice.
I have training in financial crimes. I'm a certified fraud examiner through the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have a master's in forensic accounting. During the course of that education and training, couched with the experience of conducting financial crimes over that 13-year period with the state police and with the Insurance Commission's fraud unit, as well as some other financial crimes that I worked during my uniform law enforcement days, I come to learn about the different various types of fraud and financial crimes that occur in society. So when I say fraud or I say financial crime or I would say maybe a scam, I may use some terminology that's more or less synonymous as I discuss this. So if you hear me say fraud or scheme or scam, I'm generally talking about the same thing. The financial crime aspect of that term would apply to the violation of law or the criminal charge. So when we say a Ponzi scheme, we're talking about a type of fraud. And what a Ponzi scheme is, the term Ponzi is a name coined after a con man in the 1920s. So Ponzi itself means nothing, but the Ponzi scheme is a methodology of fraud. And what that is it's an illegal business practice where someone would induce a person or a victim to invest money into a business, and then they would continue to get investors to invest money in the business, but later investors' money would be paid to earlier investors' money, and then that cycle would just continue over and over. So as new investors would invest in the business, then monies from that investor would be used to pay earlier investors. Now the investment could be a number of things, but that basically is what a Ponzi scheme is: taking new investor money and paying earlier investors on money that they were supposed to receive from their earlier investment.
What do you look for when you suspect a Ponzi scheme?
Ponzi schemes are generally involving in a business. So when you're looking for certain red flags that may, with many scams and schemes and frauds, with the Ponzi scheme, if the investment opportunity, the very first indicator is that it sounds too good to be true. When that sounds too good to be true, that's typically the initial indicator or red flag. There may be promises that this investment is very low risk. You know, people who want to take their hard-earned money and invest in something to get money back want to make sure that they're not going to lose money. So there's typically a high reward with a low risk involved with inviting or inducing someone to invest in a company or a business. And then there's opportunities to reinvest that money. You know, if you've earned this money and there's opportunities to reinvest. So there's different red flags, and the indicators aren't always present in all scams or schemes, but those are some of the ones with the Ponzi scheme.
In this particular case,
this is good advice to listen to.
How did you become aware that there was an investigation to be opened?
Ponzi schemes
This
are
investigation opened from a businessman here in Beckley who was who was part of this overall financial crime or scheme.
I'm going to object. Can we approach the bench on this one?
Sure.
We're going to object. These are very the answers that are being given are a bit broad. Oh man, we've got to. This is perfect timing. I know we're good. Oh, she gets to approach too. We've got a spam call. Just 1 second. Hello.
Is there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, sir. This is Mike Miller. I'm giving you a call from Travel Services.
Mike, how's it going? I haven't
It's
talked
going
in
great.
ages.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. You know.
Was it
but-
what, high school? We
Nah,
had since
man.
high school.
It was before high school, wasn't it? Didn't we both drink that sour milk together in like third grade?
Oh man, I got so sick. I thought it was
Yeah,
junior high.
that was. Yeah. Well, I was always big for my age, so it might have been junior high.
You and me
man.
both, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
court's
get it.
coming back in session. We'll have to talk another time, man. Thanks for
All
calling.
right, you
See
have
ya.
a good one.
Bye. I love these calls.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can go ahead and answer the question. How did you open this case?
A local businessman who was involved with Ms. Cochran's business called a state trooper or ran into a state trooper that he knew.
My name was Dwayne,
and asked, he was having problems with.
I'm going to object. The hearsay, John.
This is Dane.
Sustain the hearsay.
I think we need to cut to the chase.
Okay. You opened an investigation.
Yes.
And you determined that the defendant was, in fact, operating a Ponzi scheme.
Tisha, that's the best.
Yes, the defendant had a business and was operating a Ponzi scheme.
In summary fashion, what was the overview of the business that she pretended to have?
The business purported to be a supplier of durable goods and other materials to government contracts. So the federal government would need to buy supplies or goods. They would put out an announcement for businesses to bid on these contracts to fulfill their needs, and then federal contractors, businesses would bid on these contracts, get awarded the contract, then the business should supply the good to the government and get paid for the good they provided. That was the purpose of the business. That's what the business purported to be.
And you did an extensive investigation that culminated in the federal conviction that you have at State's Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes.
Now, the defense has floated the theory that Michael Cochran was up to his eyeballs in this Ponzi scheme. From your investigation, do you have any evidence that would support that?
Let me state by saying the business itself, in its appearance, in its existence, was legitimate. The business was legitimately set up. It was registered with the state of West Virginia. It was registered with the federal government. So Michael Cochran was aware of the business, and because he participated with what he believed was a legitimate business.
I'm going to object, Judge, as to what Mr. Cochran may have believed. That's calls for speculation.
You can continue, please.
So during our investigation, we reviewed many financial records, many documents to determine if any government contracts existed. Any federal government contracts have been awarded to this business, and we could not find any contracts whatsoever where the government had awarded these. Now there was one state of West Virginia contract that was that Mr. Cochran had, or the business had bid on, but they never fulfilled that contract. So beyond this one contract, there were never any contracts that we could find to support what the business purported to do. Also, in reviewing these documents, there were applications made to financial institutions, and many of those documents only bore the name of Mrs. Cochran in the business, and those documents would purport that she was a 100% owner of the business. So there was a suggestion or an indication that Mr. Cochran didn't know about certain documents because he wasn't listed on certain documents.
That might have been an advantage in the bidding process.
The victim investors of this financial crime were given reasons. They were given information to induce their investment. They were given information regarding them getting their investment money returned to them, the money they should have earned on their investment. So the information that was false or deceptive that was being given to victim investors of the business was the exact same information that was being given to Mr. Cochran when he would question why the business hadn't received its money from the contracts. He did participate in looking for contracts for the business to bid on, but that was about the extent of his involvement. He would search the internet and the federal websites to identify federal contracts that the business could bid on. But the structure was that Mrs. Cochran would go out and secure those contracts from the government. So as far as Mr. Cochran knew, based on the records that we reviewed, the interviews that we did, he believed that they had obtained contracts and that they would be receiving money for these contracts. So he would ask the same questions that investors would ask: where's the money for this contract?
I have some experience in this
that would
area.
indicate that he was not involved because he's asking the same questions regarding monies and profits.
In your investigation, what do you base the fact that he was asking the same questions as the investigators? What do you base the conclusion that he was asking the same questions as the investors?
During our investigation, like we reviewed many records, we consulted many agencies, we obtained records through subpoenas or search warrants, and we were able to get text message communication held by investors, and also as a result of some subpoenas and search warrants, we were able to...
I'm going to object to any third-party involvement in this and what the other parties have done. We have not been provided with that evidence, and the witness is testifying about something that is absolute hearsay.
This is 4 objections already.
You caused to be executed some search warrants and subpoenas for cell phone records, correct?
That's correct.
Did that include the defendant and messages back and forth between her and her husband?
That is correct.
Did you use that information to reach any conclusion as to Michael Cochran's knowledge as to what was going on with their purported businesses?
We did.
How did you verify that the conversations by text were actually between the defendant and Michael Cochran? How did you authenticate those documents?
Well, the holder of those records, we would issue a subpoena or to AT&T, for example, may hold business or phone records. We would issue legal subpoenas for those to get those records, and then we review those records.
Well, I mean, how did you know that there were communications between Mr. Cochran and Mrs. Cochran?
Well, Mr. Cochran had an established phone number. Mrs. Cochran had an established cell phone number. So the records that we requested and reviewed were those cell phone records. We also received records from investors, victim investors of the business, and would compare those to the same communication. So we had multiple text message communication, some email communication that we reviewed to come to our conclusions.
Leading right up to the 5th of February 2019, you saw text messages between the defendant and her husband?
Yes.
What was the plan? How did it end up that they were going to fly to Lynchburg, Virginia? From your investigation, how do you know that?
Let me say this scheme began in 2017. So it had gone.
I'm going to object. The witness is not answering the questions.
I think he's trying to explain, and I'll give him leeway in that regard. You may continue, Mr. Huntsman.
This Ponzi scheme began in 2017, mid-2017. And as it matured, more investors gave more money. There were other monies that were obtained through some loans that Ms. Cochran would obtain. But there was still this need to return money back to the investors. The investors were still expecting money to be returned. The problem with the Ponzi scheme is it's short-lived.
Now I'm going to object. This question was asked and answered at least once.
Yeah, I think maybe we are getting a little far afield now.
I can barely keep up. I'm trying to build a counter.
Thank you.
We're up to 6 objections so far.
Let's just explore one other area. From your investigation, is there a single shred of evidence that supports the defendant's theory that Michael Cochran was going to turn his wife into the federal government?
No, sir, there was not.
That's all the questions the state has at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Heinzman, I understand that you were involved in every aspect of the federal investigation of Natalie Cochran. Is that right?
I left the state police before the indictment, before she was indicted.
Before the federal indictment?
Before the actual indictment occurred. But the information that was obtained to bring that about, yes.
Prior to that, you were involved in every aspect of that investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you wouldn't know what the federal government alleged in the indictment?
No, I do know what they alleged in the indictment.
Well, is it true that the federal government alleged that both Mr. Cochran and Ms. Cochran got involved in a scheme, but Mr. Cochran died, what the federal government called unexpectedly in 2019. So she was the only one who got indicted. Is that true?
Here's our objection.
I would not characterize it as such.
No. Did you see the forfeiture documents that the federal government filed against the Cochrans?
Yes, some of those.
Some of those. And in those documents, federal government alleges that they were both involved in the scheme, right?
Without reviewing the documents, I don't know.
All right, we'll come back to this. Who is Colonel Jan Cahill?
Colonel Cahill would be the superintendent of the state police during my last employment with the state police.
I'd like to mark the this.
All right, if you will present it to the clerk, please.
As the defendant's exhibit number 1. I provided a copy to the. Could we approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, approach briefly. Do we count that as an objection? It was the state that asked, so I would say it's no, we need the word. Okay, I like that. That keeps it cleaner. Keeps it cleaner. They might be asking if we can have, like a break. I can fast forward through these, although I've got things linked up. It's weird for me to see the defendant up at the bench like that. Some states allow the defendant to be participant in every happening in the court. Everything that could have an effect on their case, they are allowed to or have the right to participate in. So. Defendant gets to go up to the sidebar. She's going to get her miles in as well.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Heinzman, I'll hand you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 1. Would you tell the jury what that document is?
This is a communication, a letter that I prepared and sent to a federal investigator.
That was done in April of 2019, right?
Yes. It's dated April 2019.
And the subject of your correspondence was the Tactical Solution Group and the Technology Management Solutions. Would you tell us what those two organizations were?
Technology Management Solutions, also known as TMS, was a West Virginia company formed in 2013 by Michael Cochran and Natalie Cochran.
How about the other one?
Tactical Solutions Group, also referred to as TSG, doing business as TSG, is the company that was formed in 2017 by Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran, which the Ponzi scheme ran through.
All right. Now, looking at this document, is it true that you allege as the mode of operation that the Cochrans, plural, Cochrans, have been soliciting contract investors to invest funds into their company to be applied to government contracts? Plural.
Plural, both of them.
Cochrans.
Cochrans.
Which paragraph, Mr. Victor?
Mode of operation, first page.
Yes, I see that.
So they were both involved in the soliciting government contracts, right? According to you.
Well, when this correspondence was written, we began the investigation 1 month prior to this correspondence, so we were still fact-finding. We didn't conclude that Mr. Cochran was or wasn't involved that early. We went into it as if both were involved. We didn't know. We hadn't collected all the evidence, reviewed all the documents and things of that nature. So
Mr. Heinzman,
at that time, it still does list them as Cochrans.
Mr. Heinzman, this investigation has been going on since 2017. Is that right?
No, sir.
When did you start this investigation, sir?
In 2019.
2019. So 2 months before months or so before the federal indictment?
The indictment wasn't in April.
Okay. So in 2019, you're still speculating whether they're both involved in this or whether just one of them is involved?
By the time the federal indictment occurred, we had concluded that Mr. Cochran did not know. We had spoken with witnesses, we had reviewed documents, we had got all of our records, we had subpoenaed in from third-party record holders.
Yes.
So it would be, no, we were open-minded. We didn't know to what extent either, or if they were, we were still collecting records.
Where is in this document that you are telling Colonel Cahill that this investigation is still in its infancy?
This letter is not addressed to Colonel Cahill, first of all.
This could be a fiery trial.
And I don't understand that really what your question is.
Well, tell us where in this document, written to Jeff, whoever Jeff is,
Jeff,
does it say that this investigation has just started and we're collecting more data and we're going to talk to more witnesses?
The document says, Jeff, pleasure speaking with you this morning. This is a document that I prepared following a phone call with a special agent of the federal government who I had reached out to assist with getting records from federal government databases, and I was providing him the information he had requested so that he could do his search.
But I didn't ask you that, Mr. Heinzman. I asked you to show me in this document where it says that we have just started the investigation of the Cochrans, plural. Where is it?
The document would not state that because it's not relevant to this document.
It wasn't relevant.
To this document, to the special agent.
But you described in detail in this letter the mode of the operation of those two organizations, and you used the word Cochrans, plural, and now you also described how this alleged fraud is being perpetrated. Is that right?
This working document does describe some of the information we had learned at that point. Yes.
Then you also wanted to see the list of any contracts or any other documents that deal with the Cochrans. Page 2, what we need. Cochrans, not just Natalie Cochran.
Plural. This is spicy. I can tell this is going to be a big one.
Is that a question?
Buckling in.
Yeah.
I was trying to explain all this earlier, but you objected.
I'm 3 years old. Do you have in the what we need section of this document?
Explain like you're 3
the
years old.
statement that we need all the documents.
What did he say?
Date, numbers, dates, details, payments to TSG and or the Cochrans, again plural. Does it say that in your letter or not?
It does.
It does. How about in the mode of operation of this alleged fraud? When, and I'm reading from the top paragraph, 5th line. When maturity date occurs, TSG Cochrans notify investors of funds being in, but then offer them a partial payment. Fair to say that you use the word Cochrans again?
Yes, I use the word Cochran's again, referring to the Cochran's business, TSG and or TMS, Technology Solutions Group, Technology Management Solutions.
You testified that it is your, I guess, conclusion that Mr. Cochran didn't know anything about what Ms. Cochran was doing in terms of the fraud and the Ponzi scheme, right?
That's not accurate, no.
Okay. What did Mr. Cochran, well, illegitimate part of the business. Legitimate part of the business you testified that Mr. Cochran was involved in, right?
Mr. Cochran was involved to the extent that he did certain things.
Like what?
He would help locate contracts. He would do online internet searching of federal databases for government contracts that were available for bid from contractors. He would identify those contracts and provide them to Mrs. Cochran, who then would order those contracts or bid on those contracts so they could be awarded those contracts.
And he distanced himself from that point on, from anything to do with the contracts, right?
That is exactly what it appears. But not. Okay. That's not all inclusive, though. Okay. So.
All right. Now, have you, in your thorough investigation of this case, talked to the children of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
No.
Well, why not? They were adult by now.
Well, at the time they were children. They had nothing to do with the business. So we weren't.
Would it surprise you if I told you that they observed their parents work on the federal contracts? That is, the father worked on the federal contracts while the mother was reading a newspaper or a book?
No, we know that. We know that exactly.
Well, wait a minute. So Mr. Cochran is working on those contracts. My client is sitting peacefully reading a book, and you're telling this jury that he had no knowledge of these contracts?
I'm not telling the jury that. I said that he knew about the contracts that he was led to believe were bid on by their business.
Okay.
We spoke with many witnesses who would see both the Cochrans on the internet looking.
Mr. Heisman, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in any other witnesses. I'm interested in this particular witness as a son or a daughter of the Cochrans. You don't know anything about what happened in the household of the Cochrans when Mr. Cochran was working on those contracts, do you?
We never interviewed the children. We never were in the house while they were working on contracts to observe what he did. So the answer would be no.
Now, this fraud resulted in what the prosecution described here as a lavish lifestyle for the Cochrans. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, let's start with the property that the Cochrans all of a sudden acquired. They had 3 homes, right?
Yes.
So, were those homes acquired simultaneously, or were they purchased during, one after another?
Probably one
based
after
on
another.
my best memory, because I did not bring any asset schedules up with me. They were purchased at different times.
Okay. And they were not the cheapest of properties, were they?
No, they were not.
What did Mr. Cochran do for a living, sir?
Mr. Cochran's profession or occupation was he was an IT or internet technology specialist. He dealt with networking, setting up IT and networking. That's what his training and certification was, and that's what the business technology management solution would have also done: install wiring, phone lines, computer lines, network things.
What was his job? Where did he derive his income from?
Doing that from 2013 to 2017. He also worked for Workforce West Virginia, either as a salaried employee or a subcontractor, doing just that networking and internet support for them.
Well, how much money was he making a year? Do you know?
Which year?
Well, let's say 2013.
I don't think we pulled his wages back to 2013.
All right, 2017.
That I can give you. His last reported wages. His last reported wages were in 2013, the second quarter of 2013.
Right. So, you really don't know how much money this man was making from any source to give us an estimate as to how much money the family made.
We looked at the Cochran's personal bank accounts.
Yeah.
For their business bank accounts.
Well.
And we found sources of income. The focus of our investigation was sources of income from these federal contracts and federal government.
And I'm trying to ask, Natalie Cochran was a pharmacist, right?
Yes.
Her income was about 120 grand a year. Wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
All right. But his income, as we sit here today before the jury, we still cannot identify. Can we? His individual income.
To a certain point, we can. Yes, we can. I can't provide you numbers, but we can. We see what was legitimate income. We see what was not legitimate income.
Was his income, even combined with Natalie Cochran, such that allowed the purchase of 3 real estate properties that would go into thousands of dollars?
Can you?
And more specifically,
can you clarify the 3 properties you're referring to?
Property on 219. North Eisenhower Drive, property at 210 Parkwood Drive, property at 433 4H Lake Drive, all subject to subsequent forfeiture.
Yes, the last one, the home on 4H Lake Road, that home was held by them before the Ponzi scheme began. The other 2 properties were purchased with proceeds from the Ponzi schemes during the period of the Ponzi scheme.
And one day,
these are nice homes.
Ms. Cochran sits at home, and her husband walks in and says, "Honey, we just got the property with thousands of dollars." Or she walks in and says, "Honey, we just got the property worth thousands of dollars. And he says what to it? Wouldn't it be surprising to you, Mr. Heinzman, that all that lavish lifestyle was sudden and enormous, and any reasonable person such as Mr. Cochran would ask where the money came from? Wouldn't that be the case?
That's a mischaracterization of our investigation. And,
Okay.
and I don't know what your question.
Then the answer is no.
Would I be surprised?
Yeah.
Was that the question?
Well, no. Well, would you be surprised? Your wife walked in with a new real estate that she just purchased for X thousands of dollars. Wouldn't you want to question where she got that property? Unless you knew what the source of that income was. Would that be right?
Why are you throwing me under the bus, Lizzie?
Well, all of a sudden, Mr. Cochran can afford a listen to this, 1965 Shelby Cobra replica, an antique car, thousands of dollars. He drives in front of the house and says, honey, I just got me a nice little car.
Vroom, vroom.
Wouldn't that be a question mark for anybody in the family where that money came from?
I don't know. I know where it came from.
Well,
I don't know what people in the family believed.
Okay. Well, then we have a Yamaha motorcycle, 2017. 2014 B-Tex dump trailer. Another Yamaha motorcycle.
Love the Yamaha.
Polaris model. I take it as another motorcycle. Another big trailer. A Yamaha Timberwolf. Honda Rubicon.
Timberwolf.
2 diamond earrings. One of those earrings
him.
was like $14,000, wasn't it? His gift to Natalie.
What was the purchase date of it?
Like $14,000.
The purchase date?
The earrings, the jewelry.
Purchase date? What year?
Purchase date.
I think it was 2018.
19?
2018.
18. And yes, that would be derived from proceeds from the Ponzi scheme as well.
That's right. So he has all that money at his disposal, and he doesn't know where that money comes from, having no identifiable job.
He believed it came from a business called TSG that they ran together, getting federal contracts.
Right. And you believe that? That's your opinion?
The evidence points in that direction.
The evidence? All right.
Okay, I have a hard time believing that he didn't know.
Let's stop at this juncture. I hate to interrupt cross-examination, but we do need a comfort break. We're
going to skip comfort breaks.
A little too far. I want to take a brief recess at this time. We'll break for about 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and you may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
All right. Well, while they go on a break, I'm going to fast forward through that, but let me say why I don't think it makes sense that the husband did not know what was going on in this Ponzi scheme. I happen to have extensive experience working with the federal government with contracts as a contractor. And I've not only that, I've worked directly on the back end with DLA, Defense Logistics Agency, with software like Wide Area Workflow, WAF, which is the payment system where contracts are invoices are submitted and bills are sent out. And if he was looking for contracts that the federal government has out there to bid on, there is no way he would only be looking on what's available and not look at the next step to see who got the bid. The system is joined at the hip, seeing what was available out there and who gets it. It's connected, and there's no way he just had his blinders on and only looked on things to bid on and never once took a peek and said, "Oh, we haven't won any bids yet." That for me, it does not ring true. So I think he definitely did know. Whether or not he chose to talk about it or not is different, but it sounded like he knew very well what was going on. All right, just finishing up with the break here. Fast forward through it. Judge slams open the door. Just kidding. We're on 1.25 speed.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
It doesn't matter, but
Your Honor, thank you.
Anything
No, Your Honor.
All right. Bring in the jury, please.
it sort of gets rid of the motive that the defense or the state is presenting, that she killed him because he was about to find out that this was all a scam. That can't be real. That can't be real. And I don't know, does West Virginia require a motive to be proven? I think that she was the owner of the company because a women-owned business gives you a check mark in an advantage when the government chooses somebody. If there are two bids side by side, the same bid amount for a project, and one is a women-owned business, it will win. It will win. If it's woman-owned, minority-owned, you get all these little disadvantaged business, all these little extra ticks in your category that put your bid higher above other people's bids of the same amount, same financial bid. So her being 100% women-owned, that would explain that entirely. Yeah, it's changing now. It's changing now, but back when this was going on, that was the system.
With cross-examination of the witness, please, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Heinzman, did you know that Mr. and Mrs. Cochran did not have any, or did not list any, source of income past 2017? Did you know that or not?
They didn't list it where?
On their tax returns.
They didn't file taxes?
No.
You didn't know that, okay?
I don't know if that's true, but I did not know.
I didn't ask you whether you knew it was true. I just asked you whether you knew that they did that. And the answer is no.
What?
Now, did you know, did you look at the, well, I mean, you investigated this case thoroughly. Did you ever consider looking at the forfeiture clause or forfeiture document filed by the federal government? Did you?
Again, this came after I had already left, so
okay.
I didn't see this at that time.
Okay.
No.
So if I told you that in the year of 2018, under Schedule C for Tactical Solutions, Mr. and Mrs. Cochran listed the gross sales and gross profits for the Tactical Solution Group, the gross profit of $12,406,564. Would that surprise you?
No, I did see those documents, yes.
Mr. Heinzman, the wife comes home and the husband comes home and says, honey, we just filed the taxes. Our income is $12 million. And then what?
That's not how the documents ran with this business or with the Cochrans, so that would not be the case.
For the profit of the TSM, $12 million. Where did that come from, sir? And even better, the wife says to, the husband says to the wife, honey, where did that 12 mil come from? And you still testify here today under oath that he didn't know anything about the illicit Ponzi scheme? Is that your testimony here today?
Yes. He did not know anything about the Ponzi scheme.
Okay. Well, he obviously listed as the place for the mail for the Tactical Solution Group, P.O. Box 667, as a general customer, as Michael Cochran, didn't he?
I don't know what you're looking at, Mr. Victor.
Okay. May I have this mark?
Certainly.
As I'm going to hand the prosecution copy of this. And may I have this marked?
The defendant's exhibit number 2.
Exhibit number 2.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Hyman, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 2 and tell us whether you know what this is.
No, Mr. Victor, I can't say I know what this is.
You don't know? Does it say P.O. Box 667 for tactical solution and gives the address of 4334 H Lake Road, Daniels, West Virginia? Would that be the address of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran's house?
That is the address of their house.
Right? And now they've been assigned a P.O. Box number 667 for that address. True? You can look at the very top of the document to just see P.O. Box 667.
Sorry, wishing a high school buddy happy birthday today.
Yes or no?
This document does say box number 667.
Right.
However, it doesn't have any dates on it.
No, Mr.
Okay.
Hyman.
Okay,
Does it say P.O. Box 667 for that particular address?
I want to answer the questions intelligently, but I need to know.
Well, you can answer that on redirect.
Okay.
You can answer intelligently on
P.O.
redirect.
Box 667 for that home address of
He's
Mr.
a
and
bit of a
Mrs.
stick
Cochran.
in the mud.
It lists 2 P.O. boxes here, so.
All right. Well, then
it
let's
says,
start
yes,
with
667 is one of those.
All right.
This is a really
And
interesting
who
case.
the customer? Who is the customer on the front page?
Tactical Solutions Group, LLC.
All right. And then there is P.O. Box 782, also listed on that front page, right?
Yes.
And that is, who is the customer for that?
That says Michael Cochran.
All right. And on page 2, P.O. Box 667 is assigned to Tactical Solution Group, right?
Yes.
And then it says individual right after that in like little brackets, and it says Michael Cochran, right?
Did you say blue brackets?
No, it's a little bracket, man.
Yes, that says Michael Cochran there.
And P.O. Box 782 is, again, Michael Cochran as a customer.
Yes.
Now, may I retrieve the exhibits? Oh, by the way, I moved for the admission of defendant's exhibit number 1, if I forgot, and also number 2.
Any objection, Mr. Truman? No objection either. All right, defendant's exhibits numbers 1 and 2 will be admitted into evidence.
May I retrieve the exhibits, please? So would you agree with me, sir, that all the mail that comes to the Tactical Solution, the Tactical Solution Group, comes to the P.O. Box owned by Michael Cochran? And he has access to it, obviously. True?
No.
No? Okay. One of these companies dealt with firearms. True?
Yes, sir.
Military equipment. True?
Purportedly, yes, sir.
With my clients, do you know from your thorough investigation of this case, what is my client's experience with firearms and military gear?
I don't believe your client has any experience with firearms or military gear that I'm aware of.
However, Mr. Cochran seems to have plenty of experience with that, right?
I think he was a fan of those things. I don't think he ever served in the military.
No, he was a fan of the military equipment.
What's your
The
channel?
persona.
80s Music Man. What's your channel?
Now, he is actually listed as the partner in both of these firms, right?
Yes and no.
Yes and no?
Yes and no.
Okay. Well, let's see.
The witness is hostile because he's been bullied by the
Let's start
by the
with
defense
something.
attorney.
Registration status that is registered with, I believe, the Secretary of State. May I have this marked as defendant's sequential exhibit?
channel on YouTube? Because I'm not seeing it. Ayden, send me a link on the burner phone.
My approach.
Yes, you may.
I'll show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3 and ask you to turn to page 2 and tell the jury what that document says.
The documents, page 2 of 5, is a printout. What all do you want me to read?
Well, let me ask you this. Isn't it the registration of the business called Tactical Solution Group, LLC? At least that's what it says, right?
On this document, yes, it does say that.
And to renew the registration, it shows all kinds of computer possibilities, HTTPS, whatnot. But then it has a name of somebody who is related to Tactical Solution Group and who is apparently registering this business. Who would that be? On page 2.
I can
Michael
guess.
Cochran.
There you go.
Do you see any
I could have guessed that.
anywhere there in this document?
Not on this document, no, sir.
The name of Natalie Cochran.
No, sir, not that document.
All right. Move for admission into the evidence of defendant's exhibit number 3.
Okay, this is painful to get through, but this is showing that Michael was involved, at least by name.
All right.
I move for the admission. I don't.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
Defendant's exhibit
was
number 3 will
involved.
be admitted into evidence.
Not justification for murder, but it does take
I'd like
away
to
some
have
of the
this
motive
marked
from the state.
As the defendant's exhibit number 4.
She could have been forging his signatures.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Yes, you may. Judge actually.
Going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 4. Would you tell us what that is?
It's actually controlling the courtroom. That's awesome.
It appears to be a photograph without a date of a business card that says Technology Management Solutions, LLC.
Okay. Who is the owner and the operator?
The owner and operator on this card is Michael B. Cochran.
Okay. He is licensed and insured, correct?
Yes,
And
according to this card.
Of course, according to his card. We're looking at exhibit number 5, Mr. Hansman.
This says exhibit number 4.
4. He gives a direct phone number for those who wish to contact him, doesn't he?
There is a phone number on the card, yes.
Okay. And he also gives his email address, right?
There is an email on here, yes.
And that's M. Cochran, not N. Cochran. True?
That is correct.
All right. If I may retrieve this. And I'd like to move it into the evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
It is admitted.
Your Honor, I may retrieve another document.
All right.
Which... No, that's exhibit. No, I cannot retrieve it. Is it true that Mr. Cochran signed all kinds of checks on behalf of his business,
There were checks signed by Mr. Cochran, yes.
dealing with the operation of the of the business?
Can we clarify which business or both businesses?
Well, Technical Solution Group. I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. And I have provided copies to the state.
Hades, I'm curious. I found your channel and I subbed on number 2. What type of videos are you going to make? I'll share you the link for his channel.
I'm going to ask that these exhibits be perhaps marked collectively in a sequential number.
All right. You've got copies of these, Mr. Truman?
I do, yes, sir.
There's his channel. It was hard to find. It was hard to find, but I found it. It just hasn't gotten in the algorithm yet in the search. You might have a few more subscribers now. 80s. 80s has been a long time supporter of the channel. The first person who has been like, YouTube has hated him, and he can never receive a gifted membership for some reason. So he has a hoodie as a reward for that. I sent him a hoodie. We tried so hard to get him a membership. 80s, now you got a couple more. So now you have to put your first video up, and then keep going.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what we marked as the defendant's exhibit number 5. Would you take a look at these pages and tell us what you see?
Dobby, I agree. This particular defense style might be a little aggressive and harsh for the jury. Now realize we're at 1.25 speed, so it sounds more harsh and more rushed as it's faster. But there's a chance that you could be putting the jury off a little bit. Now you can all say you were here before it started. Tell you, you gotta do it. It sounds just as bad at regular speed, says Susan. I love the accent. I love how direct he is. I love that he is not afraid to, gloves off and throw the objections.
You want me to describe everything?
Well, no, just tell us what these pages represent.
Page 1 of the one that has a stapled page is a photocopy of a check, a Tactical Solutions Group check number 1095, City National Bank. It's attached to a printout of what appears to be a partial screenshot of a web page pertaining to the ATF.
Who is this check for? Who is it payable to?
I believe it says Morpho Trust on it.
Okay. Who signed this check?
This particular check number 1095, is signed by Michael Cochran.
Okay. Right. Next check. Who is it for?
The next 3 documents are single pages. They all are photocopies of checks written on City National Bank in the name of Tactical Solutions Group.
That's awesome, Widget.
Signed by whom?
Found a good one early on.
Check 1216, the first document is signed by what appears to be Michael Cochran.
Who is it payable to?
I'm not sure. This one is made payable to Jason Bowen.
For what? Can you tell?
What amount?
Well, what amount?
May 18th, 2018, check to Jason Bowen, $1,000, and that is for labor remodeling of 219 North Eisenhower Drive, which is the...
I didn't ask you what it is. I asked you what it says.
Wow.
The second one, check 1268, dated 6/21/2018, that is written, same account number, same bank, to Jason Bowen for $1,000 for labor for remodeling work, TSG.
That would be Tactical Solutions, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
August 31st, 2018, check 1405, same bank, check written to Jonathan Miller for $1,200. And in the memo line it says labor for TSG.
Okay. If I may retrieve the exhibit and move for the admission of the defendant's exhibit number 5.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendant's number 5 is admitted into evidence.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Heisman, that Mr. Cochran is intimately involved in the running of the operation of TSG?
No, sir, I would not agree with that.
Now, he signs checks for the workers who perform improvements on his place of business. He gets involved in the running the operation daily, and you would not agree that he is actually a member of, well, actually runs the daily affairs.
I don't remember.
In this company.
No.
Okay. How many checks can you tell me Natalie Cochran signed for any operation of the business?
The majority of the checks that we reviewed were signed by Natalie Cochran.
Well, can you show me any that deal with the business, day-to-day business operations?
He's supposed to bring it up.
Of the TSG.
Yes.
Well, as you sit here today, you have any of them? Any copies?
Not with me, sir, no.
Okay. Let's assume that she signed it. We have already acknowledged, did we not, that she was part and parcel of this business, right?
Yes, she was.
However, you're claiming that Mr. Cochran didn't seem to know anything about it.
That was not my testimony, no.
Okay. He only knew the legitimate parts of it, right?
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right. Now, when the Cochrans asked for a loan, who asked for a loan?
Which loan are we talking about?
Tactical Solutions Group, when they asked for a loan to run their business. Who asked for that loan?
There were several loans, so which loan?
Let's
Can we be more specific?
J2 Wilson needs 6 more now.
This is number 6 now.
All right, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as the defendant's exhibit number 6. Would you tell us whether this is what it is, personally?
This is a poor copy, photocopy of some type of perhaps loan document from a bank.
World's most okayest gamer. It's a gaming channel if you like watching games.
Maybe City National Bank.
Poor copy it is. So let's see who's signed this poor copy for a loan.
Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Right. May I retrieve the exhibit and move for the permission and the evidence.
Dated 9/27/2017.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
And when you,
admitted.
thank you. And when you apply for a loan, you have to disclose your financial status. Is that true?
Generally, yes.
Well, you're a fraud expert here. You touted your credentials here in the financial world. So I ask you a simple question: if you apply for a loan for a banking institution, do you have to disclose your financial status?
Generally, yes.
Right. Now, do you know what type of information was disclosed to the bank in asking for the loan?
Again, which loan are we referring to?
The one that I showed you right now in exhibit number 5.
That is 2 documents out of many documents of a bank loan. So I do not know without having adequate documents to review. So I don't know what was given.
So you don't remember whether they disclosed any financial information to any bank in asking for a loan?
I can answer that generally, or I can answer that specifically.
Well, then let me ask you whether you, in your thorough investigation of the case, concluded that they were both, or individually, filing for a loan, first of all. You have the evidence that they have so far, right?
That they have filed for loans.
For loans. And in your thorough investigation of the case, did you conclude, or did you learn, that Mr. Cochran was actually disclosing his income or the TSG's income in the application for the loan? Do you know or do you not? Well, you prepared for this trial, Mr. Heinzman. You have had at the disposal of the financial documents.
2 years worth of financial documents. We need to be specific about which document, which loan we're
Well, I
talking
ask you about this one.
He's getting spicy.
It's an inadequate copy. I don't know. Okay, I can't even verify which bank it was. There were many financial institutions involved in these businesses and with the scheme. So,
all right. Have you ever talked to Michael Cochran?
I met. Well, yes, I met Michael Cochran, the deceased Michael Cochran.
Yes, the
at least
deceased
two
Michael
times.
Cochran.
His father's
Okay.
name, Michael Cochran. So
Okay. The deceased Michael Cochran.
I think 2 times I met Mr. Cochran.
And you discussed his business with him?
Neither time.
Well, when did you talk to him?
I think I attended a board meeting for Shady Spring football board and parents that was the subject of a complaint of a embezzlement that Trooper Alan Marsh of the West Virginia State Police was investigating. He consulted with me and asked me to come to this meeting and help me with this investigation. And I think I met Michael Cochran. He was at the meeting, may have been introduced, may not have.
But on neither occasion did you talk to him about Natalie Cochran's business, correct?
Those were not the nature of the contacts.
Well, yes or no? Come on.
No, that's a
Now,
negative.
Now, so would it be fair to say that at no point did Mr. Cochran come to you and said, officer, detective, whatever your status was at that time, I think my wife is doing something really shady.
This is an easy heart you can make with any yarn and any hook size.
Okay, sorry about that. Steel and Stitches, I clearly just went to your channel and it just started blasting me out. Sorry. There we go. Where are we at?
All of your investigation.
That was so loud.
Ms. Cochran was running into a financial scheme that was, of course, illegal, right?
Ouch.
True?
Yes.
And that Mr. Cochran didn't know anything about it. Okay? Right?
He was unaware of the illegality portion of the business.
He was
Yes.
blissfully unaware of any illegality of it.
Blissfully unaware. I love that.
Isn't it true that he actually
Hope I don't get a copyright strike for that,
received
Steel and Stitches.
almost
Sorry about that.
$44,000 from his parents for the investment of this business?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Well, what other money from the investors
Okay,
were directed
all done.
to
I'm not
Mr.
going to open
Michael
any more.
Cochran, just directly?
I'm not going to open any more.
Do you know?
Focus on the case now.
Is this are you springing off the first question?
Well, let me just do this, if I may have this marked. That's the defendant's exhibit number. That would be 7.
Number 7.
Number 7.
I don't know why that came across. Oh, it's number 7. Like, I'm on number 7.
May I approach the witness, please?
Certainly. That was my bad.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defendant's
It's because
exhibit
my
number
objection
7.
counters run on the
And
same
this
computer.
is a document in this shape that I received. Would you kindly look at this document and tell the jury what this document is?
That was loud. He does risk the way he's narrowly crafting the answers and only allowing a very specific answer like yes or no type thing. He risks the jury thinking, what are you hiding? What other information is relevant that you're not letting us hear? And that might come back and bite him. It's very loud, and now I want to learn the stitches.
some sort of financial document.
All right. Let me maybe let's read together. This has been provided to us by the prosecution, so I'm reading. Bank of America Visa, Donna K. Bolt and Edward Wayne Bolt, victims of fraud. Who are the Bolts, sir?
He's acting like at every question is a Perry Mason
Edward Wayne
moment.
Bolt and Donna K. Bolt, husband and wife. Donna is the biological mother of the decedent Michael Cochran, and Edward is her husband,
So
stepfather of Michael Cochran.
All right, so the mother and the stepfather of Michael Cochran.
Mm-hmm.
No objections from the
They
state.
seem to be providing
This is funny.
Mr. Michael Cochran on page 1, page 2,
I'm
page
loving
3,
this.
and page 4, directly with substantial amounts of money, right? Amounting to about $44,000. If you want to count.
Jessica, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Thanks for your continued support of the channel.
Can you repeat the question?
This document shows
A little Danny
different
DeVito.
locations. The payments made by Mr. and Mrs. Bolt, in this case, victims of fraud, as it says, substantial direct payments to Michael Cochran in the amount of sum total of about $44,000. Would that be a fair assessment?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, then let's go line by line. On the front page, on December the 8th, and posting date December 9th, it says SQ Michael Cochran Daniels, reference number 8086, account number 6008, $11,821. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
How about 12/4, posted 12/15, SQ Michael Cochran, reference number 2358, same account number, $1,648.79. Do you see it?
Yes.
On 2/4 and 2/5, I'm sorry, on the second page, on February 4th, posted February 5th, SQ Michael Cochran Daniels, reference number 4817, $1,448. Do you see it?
Yes.
Then on page 3, on February 14th, and February 15th, on Valentine's Day, they must have been very generous because they posted $2,431, and the same day, $6,302, and the next day, they sent to Mr. Cochran $7,000. Do you see it?
I do see that.
Well, is there any doubt in your mind that this was sent to Mr. Cochran as part of his investment? Or their investment in his company?
They appear to be investments into the company.
And so they sent that money directly to Michael Cochran?
That would be incorrect.
No?
No, sir.
No? Who did they send it to, sir?
They sent it to what appears to be a Square app. It's a financial app that was under the control of Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Right. Well, we've already established that Natalie Cochran is a bad girl. But we were trying to establish whether Mr. Cochran had any of that knowledge that the money that was being invested, he had the knowledge of. That was invested as part of his scheme.
He was aware that his mom and his stepdad were investing money into the business.
Okay. Who else invested in his business that you know he was aware of?
Natalie Cochran's parents, the Jessups, Daphne Jessup and Larry Jessup.
So, how much did they invest? Do you remember?
She scammed her own parents?
Initially, roughly $76,000
but the parent?
from May 30th, 2017 to March 21st, 2019.
And Mr. Cochran was aware of that, right?
I don't know about theirs. I think he was, yes.
All right. Who else invested in that company that you were aware of?
Corey Menard. That sounds cool. That's awesome.
Did you want me to go down the entire list?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So there was, appears to be Natalie Cochran's parents, Larry and Daphne Jessup, and Michael Cochran's parents, or his mom, Donna Bolton, and stepdad, Eddie Bolt. Then Natalie Cochran's sister, Penny Carrico, was an investor into the business. Penny Carrico is now Penny Lowry. She had a boyfriend named Mario Lowry at the time. He was an investor into the business. Then Natalie Cochran has a sister named Wendy, and her husband John Poteet. They own a business here in Raleigh County.
How much did they invest?
Over $490,000.
And Michael Cochran was aware of that.
Wow.
Wasn't he?
Do we continue with the list?
No, I just asked you a question, whether Michael Cochran was aware of that investment of almost $500,000.
Yes and no.
Yes and no? Well,
which one?
Which is it?
Yes.
Well, he was aware of some. He was not aware of others. And then he was not aware of the extent of some of the investments or the repeat investments.
Well, how would you know that? This is the money sent to his account, isn't it?
Well,
isn't it?
I know that from my investigation, from reviewing financial documents, text messages, and interviewing
What
witnesses.
investigation? Tell us specifically what you investigated.
It was the investigation that I was previously trying to explain that you objected to and we never got to. And now we're talking about fragments of that investigation here on cross.
As you sit here, Mr. Heinzman, you have to admit that Mr. Cochran was fully aware of large chunks of money that was being shipped to his company that he was a partner in, wasn't he?
Mr. Cochran was aware of large sums of money coming to his business.
How much money was there total that was invested in TSG?
The victim...
Not the victim. How much money was
the
invested?
total victim amount that was addressed in the federal charges was over $2 million.
Over $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And you're telling this court... And what happened with that money, by the way, once it was invested? They lived high on the hog, didn't they?
Yeah, that was part of it, yes.
Right. And so Mr. Cochran gets a nice shot of over $2 million, and all of a sudden he takes everybody to France. He goes on a trip to Hawaii, takes the family, buys himself a nice vehicle. Oh, for that matter, he even wants to buy a hangar for his helicopter, right?
That's correct.
And he knows nothing about the... Oh, by the way, how much did he pay the investors so far? Out of the money, well, I mean, they invested in something. Now they're expecting a return, right? Would you agree with me that any reasonable investor would expect a return on especially $494,000?
Yeah, they would, but they were expecting more than that.
Well, they were expecting maybe more than that, but they were really expecting cash income from this, right?
That's what all the investors expected, yes.
Right. So they were expecting that. Well, how much out of this over $2 million that Mr. Cochran knew about and that was invested in TSG, how much of that money did he return to the investors as their profit?
That question cannot be answered.
Cannot be answered.
No, it cannot be answered because that's not how these the Ponzi scheme and investments, everything.
All right.
Works out.
So this is the Ponzi scheme. Would you agree with me? Is to rob Peter to pay Paul, right?
Yes.
So we robbed somebody of $464,000. We robbed Peter of $246,000 or something like that. How much did Paul get? That can be answered easily.
I know that the average investment return rate was around 30% on most of the investors. So.
On paper, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. On paper, in Mr. Cochran's head, their investment return was negative because Mr. Cochran, as part of the this conspiracy, appropriated the money of the investors, didn't he? And lived high on the hog, traveling to Europe, Hawaii, and buying houses, real estate, cars, and everything else. Isn't that a fact?
No,
Mr.
sir.
Heisman? No,
no, it cannot be characterized like that. Because that's not proper characterization of.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. He lived not high on the hog. He lived in a luxury. right? He offered scholarships to people out of the money that the investors sent him, didn't he?
No, I'm not aware of him offering scholarships to anyone. I know that Natalie Cochran offered scholarships out of the illicit proceeds from the Ponzi scheme.
we know that Natalie is committed.
No, Mr. Cochran did not. Again, there are blended facts of veracity, truth in what you're saying.
Blended?
Yeah, your statements have part truth or part fact that can be supported by the investigation, and some of it is mischaracterization, is not supported by facts. So some of these answers I can't give.
Then tell us what happened to the money, for example, that the Bolts, Mr. and Mrs. Bolt, invested with their beloved son.
The Bolts.
$44,000.
Yeah. How much?
44 grand. You saw it in the exhibit.
Well, that's a portion of their investment.
All right. That's even better. So they invested more. What happened?
Some of their invested money.
Better.
And I don't know if they ever got anything back, but their money was used to pay other investors.
Right. So their beloved son did not even pay his own mother on her investment?
Michael Cochran was not aware that his mom was not getting paid. He was not aware of the other investors. He discovered in August of 2018.
You're speculating. You're making this stuff up as you go along.
What I'm saying can be supported by third-party records, which I cannot manipulate, witness statements that we collected during our investigation, review of documents. No, I could support what I'm saying.
Were there any exchanges between Natalie and Mr. Cochran that you were aware of concerning the business?
Yes, there were lots of communication between Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran pertaining to the business.
Isn't it true that actually Mr. Cochran was telling Natalie, will you wait for me, I'll make the decisions, in so many words, during the exchanges? Are you aware of that or not?
I think the state's letting him put off the jury.
I need more information, Mr. Victor, too.
Ms. Cochran could not make her own decisions in this business, could she? Without Michael's approval.
That's not correct, no, sir.
You don't know the inner workings of the relationship, do you?
Not accurately, no. I was not part of the relationship.
You don't know who was the dominant individual in the marriage and in the business, right?
I have a pretty good idea based on witness statements and reviewing text messages and things of that nature. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way. You know about Mr. Michael Cochran's fascination with bodybuilding and being really a macho guy.
Yes.
And you have the same evidence of Natalie Cochran being fascinated with, bodybuilding, being, aggressive and all that.
Not bodybuilding, no.
Bodybuilding. If you heard the testimony that Mr. Cochran was the dominant character in their marriage, would that surprise you?
No, I would expect to hear that, and I would also expect to hear the same about her in testimony. So I would hear both of that. I would hear that, yes.
Well, of course, you didn't talk to the children, right?
No,
so you don't know what was happening in their marriage and in their relationship. And you talked to I would imagine her parents, right?
Her parents, Natalie's parents.
Right.
They would not cooperate and talk with law enforcement, no.
No, they wouldn't cooperate with you. Okay. Well, how about the cousins? Did you interview them? No.
Who are the cousins?
Well, anybody who claimed to be the Cochrans, Natalie Cochran's relatives.
We interviewed her sisters, Penny Carrico.
Okay.
We interviewed her sister and her husband, John Poteet and Wendy Poteet.
And they were the investors, right?
Yes, every name I just mentioned were investors. Okay. We interviewed close friends.
And the Poteets lost a lot of money, didn't they?
They did.
All right.
Take pause at this time. We passed the lunch hour, and I think now would be a good time to take our lunch. And I again apologize for interrupting cross-examination, but we simply need to observe a lunch break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break till 1:15, and I apologize to you folks. We're a little bit late, but we sometimes have to go with the flow of the evidence. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Enjoy your lunch and try to be back in your jury room a little bit before 1:15. You may go with the bailiff now to your jury room.
Did we misdirect? Did I skip it somehow? Does somebody tell me? I thought it was very quick. Is it worth going back, or do we just move on? We can just assume that there was a whole bunch of evidence. We saw it. Okay, it was quick. It was quick. That's what it was. All right, let's zip through. Turn that off right there. Oh, hang on. Why do I not have audio? Okay, we're at lunch. There we go. All right. Lunchtime it is. We're going to skip through lunch because we can.
Honorable Joker Patrick III, Judge of Circuit Court of Raleigh County is now sitting.
Lunch is over. Hope it was good for you guys. What'd you guys eat?
You may be seated. All right, we continue with cross-examination, please. But first, of course, we need the jury. Do we have any matters to take up out of the presence of the jury, Mr. Truman?
Can we have the equipment off again since we're still... Can we have the equipment off again?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Thank you.
Any matters to take up from the defense out of presence?
No, Your Honor. No, thank you.
Bring the jury, please.
Bring the jury. Say my name says that was a quick lunch. I don't even remember what I had. Close your lunch boxes. Put everything away. Zen through through nature. Welcome to the gallery. Congratulations on the yellow courthouse. Good to have you here. It doesn't show me how many months, but I can see the yellow courthouse. Means at least 6. Just waiting for the jury to step in here. Interesting testimony. The defense attorneys are admitting my client's a bad girl. She's done naughty things with other people's money, but that's not why we're here. And the state has so far not really objected. At least they haven't said objection. If they did object, they just approached. Defense, on the other hand, is firing off objections nearly constantly anytime the state's doing anything. So this could be a spicy one. I think pretty soon the state will start picking up the same tactics of the defense and objecting and not letting them have their way with the witnesses quite the way they have. At least I'd hope that they do.
Now we continue, please, Mr. Victor.
I just have a few more questions. The TSG, who was the majority owner of it?
It's a nice tripod.
By the Secretary of State's office. It does not list a percentage ownership. It shows organizers and members. For the TSG, the organizer was Natalie Cochran and a member was Michael Cochran.
Was there ever any document or any agreement or anything that would suggest that Natalie Cochran was the 51% majority owner and Michael Cochran was 49% minority owner with the daily production to be his responsibility?
There are documents that indicate ownership percentage.
Okay. And that would be the percentage that you would recall from memory, 51-49?
There are financial documents wherein Natalie Cochran claimed to be 100% owner of TSG. There is one document that is a handwritten application for a financial loan where she listed herself as 51% and Michael Cochran as 49%. Otherwise, the remaining documents pertaining to financial transactions that we reviewed, she claimed to be 100% owner of TSG.
Okay. Tell us about their office. What did their office look like?
They had a storefront located on North Eisenhower Drive.
Okay. Secretaries?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Any equipment that would suggest it's a running office?
It was new in relation to his death, but there was computers in the office. There were office space.
Where was that office established?
The physical location?
Yeah, the TSG.
It was the building was purchased in January 2018.
By whom?
Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Okay. And then the business was named TSG, and the front was devoted to that business, right?
The store?
The front store or whatever it was.
It had signage.
Okay.
Indicating the same signage and logo that were used on their website is the same signage that was used on the storefront.
Would you agree with me that, however, that most of the businesses was done online? Well, they didn't have a secretary. They didn't have anybody to welcome.
There was no legitimate business that was completed online or otherwise. So there was the appearance of a legitimate business.
I see.
And they were registered. That it's our belief, that when this company was created, it was a good business plan. It was created legitimately, legitimate credentials, legitimate application and certification. It had the potential to be a legitimate business, but it never conducted any legitimate business.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect Mr. Truman.
He's done.
Defendants 1, please. Anyone's been admitted as defendants exhibit 1.
May I approach? I guess
That's your
yes.
letter to Jeff?
Yes, it is.
Okay. April 1st of 2019. When did you open this investigation?
March 8th, I believe, was when we opened it.
Did you open it as soon as Trooper Marsh talked to you about it?
No, I had 2 conversations with Trooper Marsh. The initial call in which he tried to explain that he had a situation he didn't know how to deal with, and he gave me some, and that was on March 8th, and he gave me some initial facts. And I said, well, I need more information. So he went back to his complainant, the local businessman person, who then gave him more information, and I spoke with Trooper Marsh on March 11th. It was after my discussion with him on March 11th that we started exploring the opening of the investigation into the.
So, after March 11th, you had roughly 3 weeks before you wrote this letter. Had you done any investigation before then?
That was part of the research and investigative efforts coordinating with the special agent of the federal government.
Did you know much about the Cochran's business as of April 1st of 2019?
No, we were still collecting factual records, identifying people. We were collecting information. We made no assumptions of who was guilty or not guilty of anything. It had the appearance of a legitimate business. So that was early in the investigation. It's our responsibility to collect information as part of that investigation, and that is part of those evidence or information collecting efforts, that correspondence. Simply put, the agent asked me to request the information I was seeking from him on department letterhead, and that's why it has the superintendent's name in the letterhead of the agency.
Okay. You were soliciting assistance?
Yes.
And explaining what you were going to try to accomplish?
He was a federal government special agent. These were federal government contracts, so we needed a federal resource to explore contracts down the federal database.
Your Honor, I'm
area.
going to object
There
as
is
some
objection.
grounds of relevancy. I think we've been through this fraud case a long time. There's nothing to do with murder.
Overruled mid-objection.
Anyone who has been admitted as defendants exhibit 3. Is that a document from the West Virginia Secretary of State?
No, it's not.
Is it a private company that printed that information?
The website is the federal registration database where you would go in and make application for federal licensing and federal registration. Is what that appears to be.
Well, it's a private company, isn't it? This particular website. That's not a government agency, is it? It's not a .gov.
I'm going to object to the legal nature of these questions.
Is it a .gov address?
No, sir.
With all the questions about what Michael Cochran knew and didn't know, do you have any evidence that he knew that this was a fraud being carried on?
No.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
State's quick.
Cross, Mr. Victor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Short to the point. This witness gets to go sit down. Interesting. This witness is like, I hate my job on days like this.
Through the trial, or you
Yes.
move that he be excused?
He's going to stay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ooh, he's going to stay. They're not going to release him.
She is ascending the elevator as we speak. Jennifer Davis.
She is a rising star in the court. Well, a rising witness in the courtroom. She's ascending the elevator as we speak. The defendant looks remarkably, smug is a good word, and almost excited, like she's enjoying a part of this in some way. Now, if she's serving an 11-year prison sentence, which is what we understand, it's a day out of the cell. So any day out of the cell is a good day for an inmate. But it looks like she's enjoying the process. She's chipper. She's confident. Nobody puts baby in a corner. I don't know. That's who she looks like to me, just a little bit. This woman is insane. That's why it says Jasmine. I don't know that. But it does seem surprising that she is so excited to be. I mean, maybe this is her chance to prove her day in court. And this isn't an open and shut case. As much as it sounds like this is a bad woman, did a bad thing, killed her husband. There is more to this case.
We can do it, but we don't want to offend the bailiff.
Don't offend the bailiff. Don't offend the bailiff. The insulin thing, just because she's a pharmacist, that's circumstantial. The fact that her husband was a bodybuilder and using illicit medications or drugs from Mexico, that's a problem for this case, because insulin may also have some use with bodybuilders as well. She may just love the attention. She's thinking of all the new clients she's going to get once this case concludes. This courtroom is bizarre. Media moving equipment around during court. Normally the judge says you place your camera there and it stays there until lunch or the end of the day. You don't move anything. But media's jumping around.
If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may have a seat right there. Deputy Pryor, before you sit down, we need for you to turn on the equipment again. The Elmo. Okay.
Turn on the equipment, the Elmo. I checked the burner phone. I don't see any messages.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Davis.
And make sure you're speaking into the microphone, because I know it can be hard for the court reporter to hear.
She talks fast. Sorry about that.
Jennifer, tell me a little bit about your immediate family. Who does that consist of?
My husband, Chris, my oldest Grant, his wife, Gabby, and our granddaughter, and my youngest, Gavin.
And is your family, well, you specifically, are you familiar with Natalie Cochran and her family?
Yes.
What, prior to now, what was your relationship like with Natalie?
She's the insulin supplier, right?
We met in 2010, and, we were friends at the time. We weren't close, but we were friends. And then when my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in 2012, we became very close.
And why did you become close at that point?
She was a certified diabetic educator. And when he was released from the hospital in December, we went to the pharmacy to pick up his medicine, and she was working. And she took us in her office, and because it was devastating, we didn't know anything about diabetes, didn't know anything about his medicine, how to dose him. And she took us in his office, showed us how to give him shots, told us things like that.
So she provided diabetic counseling for your son?
Yes. And then for the longest time, I'm not sure how long, anytime he would eat, I would, if the carbs weren't counted, because in order to give him insulin, you'd have to count all the carbs. And if they weren't counted, on the back of a box or something, if we were just eating a plate of food, I would take a picture and text it to her. And she was very good. She knew exactly how many carbs that there was in that meal and how much, dosage to give him.
So it sounds like you all ultimately became pretty close. Is that fair?
Yes, we were very close. Yes.
Were you also, outside of Gavin's diabetes, were you also friends?
Yes, we were.
Did you go over to the Cochran's house?
Yes, we went to each other's house. We went to the movies together. We went to eat. We went to sporting events together. So yeah.
Were your and Natalie's husbands also friends?
Yes, they were friends.
Would you consider them close friends?
Yes.
In the times that you went over to the Cochran's house, did you ever take your kids with you?
Yes.
Did you ever ask Natalie to keep any sort of diabetic supplies handy for Gavin?
No, there was never any need to.
And why was there not a need to?
Because we had that at our house, and they lived close enough that she didn't need anything.
Okay. Did you and Natalie share a lot of personal details about your lives when you were friends?
I mean, I think so, yeah.
Would you say that you shared both good and bad experiences?
For sure, yes.
Okay. Do you recall any negative experiences that Natalie might have shared with you about her husband?
They would argue, just like any typical,
Like anyone else?
Yes, yeah. Like, me and my husband would argue, they would argue, yeah.
Just very briefly, I want to touch on something, and we won't spend much time on this, I promise. You're familiar with the Cochran's business, TSG, Tactical Solutions Group?
Yes.
Did you and your husband invest any money with them?
Yes, it was my husband and 2 of his partners.
Okay, but none
business
of your
partners.
personal money, it was
Correct.
him and his business partners?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So
Now
she
we're going to go ahead and
lost
move
money,
on to the date that we all know Michael
husband.
fell ill for the last time, and that's February 6th of 2019.
Okay.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have this marked as State's Exhibit 2, I believe it is. It's just the text messages between Natalie and Jennifer.
Is it 2?
Yes, it's 2.
All right, very well.
I'm going to be attempting to use the projector, so if everybody could just bear with me while I do my
Be
best. to
very
figure it out. I may need the bigger help, actually.
Got a techie bailiff setting everything up. Focus, focus. Looks good.
Jennifer, I'm going to, if it's okay with the judge, I'm going to approach you before I put these on the projector.
Okay.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to take this back a second.
Okay.
Okay. Jennifer, can you just briefly review what you have in front of you and tell me what that looks like?
They're texts between me and Natalie on February the 6th.
And is that how they would have appeared when they were on your phone?
Yes.
Do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No, and they're still on my phone. I don't delete or erase anything, so they would still be there today.
So these text messages still look exactly the same as they do on your phone today?
Yes, correct.
What year are we talking about these?
Oh, 2019.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Jennifer, how do you know that you were speaking with Natalie when you were having these conversations?
Because that was our text stream that we had since forever, for years.
Your Honor, could you speak a little louder? I'm having trouble hearing her.
All right, if you could speak a little louder.
I'm sorry.
Pull that microphone closer, and I think that
Yes.
will help Ms. Davis.
Okay.
Much better.
I'm going to actually do the same.
Okay.
Okay, Jennifer, I'm going to display some of these text messages between you and Natalie on the projector. And if you could just read these off to me and to the jury when I put them up here.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm not
Someone's
going to put
really
all of them
close
up
to
here,
the
I promise.
mic.
Okay.
I think it's the witness. She's nervous. Okay, so not really an objection, but I think what they're doing right here is trying to set some parameters to what they're going to be allowed to go into. So it's sort of a preemptive objection. She's wearing the skirt. That's why. That's why I thought it was baby. She's wearing the skirt. Okay, we're gonna skip past this little piece here. They're still up. Here we go. They're coming back. There we go.
All right, you may continue.
She's got the whole costume. '80s, I tried to send you a text message. I'm not sure if you got it. '80s Music Man.
Jennifer, can you see that okay?
Yes.
Can you just explain to me what's going on in this conversation?
Is there any way we could tighten that up a little bit? I'm not sure the jury can read it. Are you folks having a hard time reading it?
Enhance, enhance.
You have better eyes than I do.
I know I'm standing right in front of it. Okay. Can you just explain what's going on in that conversation?
Yes, she said that her and Mike, they were both sick, and I think they had the flu or the norovirus, is what we were told either before or after, and she had to start taking small insulin shots. I'm going to have to order a vial. I know she said that the flu and the norovirus had hit her hard and made her more sick because of the cancer that she had. So then I had asked her if she was going to the cancer center or Dr. Halsey, and then I volunteered a vial of insulin if she needed it. And she went to Halsey today.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The document speaks for itself.
I can ask a different question, Your Honor.
Okay. I think that's a fair objection, Ms. Acorn. Maybe you can ask her some questions.
So, Jennifer, at this point, you were offering to help out a friend in need. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm going to remove that sheet. Jennifer, just looking over this one, did she accept your offer of help?
Yes, she did. She asked if she could borrow a vial of insulin.
Did you provide that insulin to her?
I didn't personally. I was running late. I was going to the church's mission center that day, and I had put together a few drinks, and I put the insulin in a bag and gave it to my husband, and he dropped it off on the porch on the way to work.
What sort of insulin did you put in that bag, if you remember?
It was Humalog. That's what my son takes, is Humalog.
Was it a new bottle?
Yes.
Did you require a prescription to get that particular type of insulin or no?
Yes. No, you have to have a prescription for that.
Okay. You didn't send any needles over with it, though?
No.
Okay. If you'll just bear with me for a second here, you guys had a lot of conversations. Okay, let's take a look at this one.
Apparently it cured the cancer. Wink, wink.
So, did you understand what Natalie was talking about when she made this statement that Mike was so mad about not being able to go somewhere if he had to take 2 of her blood pressure pills? Do you know where they were supposed to be going?
They were going to Virginia.
I'm going to object. This may be based on hearsay.
We won't know if it's based on hearsay until she responds.
Well, then we need to establish the foundation whether it's based on hearsay.
All right. Maybe you could establish a little foundation, Ms. Nicholas.
Did you have any conversations with Natalie previously about where they were to be going that day?
Yes, they were borrowing our plane to fly to Virginia.
Okay. And that was a conversation that you and she directly had, not that you heard from someone else?
Correct.
Okay.
They were boarding our plane they're borrowing our plane to fly to West Virginia?
Okay. Jennifer, can you tell me who that's a picture of?
Mike.
That's Mike. And Natalie sent you that photograph?
Yes.
Did she provide any context for that? Did she call you or anything? Or is this, you
No.
just received this out of the blue?
Just that.
Whoa.
What did this picture mean to you when you received it?
I mean, just...
Judge, I'm going to object to this form of question. But we can do it.
I think it's fair. I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer.
Just that it was just shocking that he was laying there.
But you didn't know what his condition was at that point?
No.
Fair?
No.
Okay. Do you know what these numbers mean that are featured in the below text message from Natalie? Or did you know at the time what they meant?
She was just giving his vitals.
Now, at this point, your husband had already dropped off the bag of insulin.
The prosecutor is testifying, Your Honor.
Yes,
That's an objection. I'm counting that one.
Had Chris already gone by their house at that point in time?
He went there that morning.
Had you been by their house at any point that day?
I did later to drop off more drinks.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact time, but it was after that picture.
Now, I'm going to put that same screenshot back on here for just a second. One of those readings says BG 145. What is that reading?
Judge, again, unless we establish that the witness has some type of knowledge.
Your Honor, I believe we have established that the witness has some type of knowledge about what that could mean, because once she answers, I believe we'll know that her son, being a diabetic, gives her that knowledge herself.
Perhaps you could ask her if she does have that knowledge.
Okay. Jennifer, do you have knowledge of what the BG stands for in that set of vitals that you spoke about earlier?
Yes, BG is blood sugar. We would always refer to Gavin's blood sugar as BG or BS.
It was always one or the other.
And not speaking about Michael, but speaking about your general experience with diabetes with your son, what does that number mean to you?
That is high. That is for a non-diabetic or even a diabetic, it's 80 to 120 is the normal range. So 145 is a high blood sugar.
And you just know that because your son is diabetic, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
She tested his blood sugar while he was on the floor? Is that what I'm hearing? He's like passed out on the floor. He's like, they'll test his blood sugar, give him a little fingerprint prick, or it was 2019. I don't think they had external tests then, did
the reason
they?
that she sent you that photograph?
No.
Did she explain to you what she believed had happened to Michael to put him in that position?
Later on said that he was sick and he threw up in the sink and collapsed or passed out.
Can insulin be ingested and be just as effective as
Did you
injected?
ever visit the house after that point in time on that date?
Like I said earlier, I had dropped off drinks, but I don't remember what time that was, and I didn't go inside.
It has to be injected.
Did Natalie tell you if she had called for help or anything of that nature?
No.
Did she tell you if she contacted anyone else?
She had said that Stephanie and John Hamilton were coming by, and then the contractors were the ones that actually got him from the kitchen to the couch.
A couple hired hands to move the body.
Now I know
This is
you
wild.
ultimately didn't go to the house that day. Did your husband go that you're aware of?
Yes, he went that evening.
And then after that, do you know what happened to Michael?
Once Chris got there, and I don't remember the time, sometime between 7 and 8, I'm not sure, that night, he took him to the hospital.
Objection. That's
All right,
hearsay.
baby, round.
That's hearsay.
Pardon?
That's hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
She was, and lack of personal knowledge, that's another one.
I'll overrule the objection. Continue, Ms. Davis. You may have to rephrase the question or ask it again.
I believe the question was, do you have any knowledge of what happened to Michael after the time that your husband had arrived at the house?
My husband took him to Raleigh General, and we were texting. He had called me to let me know that.
Please note my continuing objection to any type of hearsay or statements by any other third party.
All right. Do we anticipate that Mr. Davis will testify in this trial?
Yes, he will, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, I'm going to allow it. Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
I'm going to allow it.
They took him to Raleigh General, and I'm not sure how long he was there, but he was on a ventilator quite soon from the time he got there, and then they ended up transporting him to CMC that night.
And do these text messages support your recollection of how that went?
Yes.
And in fact, Ms. Cochran herself advised you that he was put on a vent?
Correct.
That the witness is breathing into the mic. She's really close to it.
Now, while all of this was going on, did you all have an event that was going to be happening with the Shady Spring youth sport?
Yes, the middle school baseball was having a bingo with the high school volleyball, Shady, for a fundraiser that Saturday evening.
Bingo. We have a bingo for bingo. How often do you hear bingo in
Ms.
court?
Cochran discuss that while Mike was in the hospital?
Yes, because she was working on getting everything together. And she was, organizing it, so she was still working on it.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find a good way to phrase this. Did you find it odd at all that she continued to work on bingo while her husband was incapacitated?
Judge, I'm going to object to that. That's a comment on the defendant's character.
Sustained.
Defense is good. She's getting her money's worth on this lawyer.
And the rest is good. What did you take that to mean? What did that mean to you?
Now, Your Honor, now we're entering the area of medical knowledge. This witness is not qualified to interpret this medical information.
Your Honor, I don't believe we're entering the area of medical knowledge. She's simply talking about the decedent being mean.
I think so, too. I don't think this has any relation at all to medical terms or knowledge. I'll overrule the objection and permit the witness to testify.
Just that, the mean side of his brain where, if he would get grouchy or, get mad. That's how I took that.
But
Is
there's
that the
nothing
right
about
side?
Michael that stood out to you as particularly more mean than any other person?
No.
I didn't know I had a mean side of my brain.
This one's a little blurry, so forgive me. But if you can tell me, Jennifer, what is that photo of?
That's at Raleigh General when they're working on Mike.
And that photo also came from Natalie?
Correct.
That very first text message, Jennifer, if you could just read that to yourself for me. Do you have any personal knowledge of what sort of meds Natalie's talking about at this point, about getting Mike off of?
He would take supplements for working out, like the kind you get at GNC or whatever. Like that was my knowledge. Pre-workout and things like that.
Like protein shakes and stuff? Seven, yes, she is in prison. She's serving time for a Ponzi scheme that she was convicted of running, where she raked in over $2 million of family and friends' money.
Sent to you by Natalie. What's that photograph of?
Once again, Mike, I believe that's at Raleigh General.
Now, with this question, I'm not asking you to speculate at all, but I'm asking you for your personal knowledge, given that your son is diabetic, okay?
Okay.
BG this AM is 44. If your son's blood glucose is 44, what would you expect to see?
If he wasn't already in a coma at 44, he would be very close to it. Anytime he had low blood sugar, he would get sweaty, clammy. His legs would get weak. When it was super low, it would even start going into his arms. He couldn't feel his arms.
I need you to text me before you get too far in the video creation.
Now, while all this was going on, were you also handling all of the bingo organization for Natalie at home?
I was helping. I wasn't in charge of anything, but I was trying to help and do what I could.
OG Sean White, thank you very much. 13 months,
Did you
you're over
go
the
up
year
and
mark.
visit Michael at any point while he was at CAMC?
Yes, we went every day.
And did you see him awake at any point while you were there?
No, he was never awake.
What was Ms. Cochran's demeanor like while you were there?
Going to object to that, but also
She was very calm. She was in, just in control. I felt that she was strong. She was, I guess normal as you can be.
What sort of condition was Michael in when you saw him?
He was intubated. He was non-responsive. He just laid there.
And then shortly after that, he was moved to hospice, is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever get to see him while he was there?
Yes.
Did you speak with Natalie a lot while you all were visiting Mike at hospice?
Yes, we did. We spoke often.
And did you offer to help her at any point?
Yes. I tried, I was trying to be there for her and just comfort her. Like I said, I felt that she was being strong. But, I had even asked her at one point if there was anything that I could do to help her, anything I could get for her. And she had made a very just odd comment. She said, if you could help me hold a pillow over his face, because I don't like seeing him this way.
And at hospice, is that the last time you saw Michael alive?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Could you do me a favor and hold the other side of the pillow? Whoa.
Ms. Davis,
what are friends
first
for,
I want to ask
right?
you about the losses that your husband's company sustained as a result of this fraud. What were your losses?
It was with him and his business partners, so it wasn't any personal loss of ours. He was a third.
Well, let me ask you about your husband and his partners. How much did they lose?
They lost over $500,000.
$500,000.
It's a lot of money.
Your husband at some point was Natalie Cochran's attorney, right?
He would have to answer that, but yes.
Well, do you know or not?
Well, yes, he did.
Okay. And yet, after he and his company lost over $500,000, he testified against her in federal court, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay. Her own attorney.
He was not representing her at that time.
Okay. Okay. And let's talk about this Humalog for a second. You know that there are two types of insulin. One is Novolog and one is Humalog, right?
Correct.
And you know that because your son, very sadly, is afflicted with diabetes 1, as we call it, right?
Yes.
Which is a very serious problem.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Novolog, you cannot get over the counter. True?
You cannot get it over the counter.
But Humalog, you can.
Humalog, you can't. That's a prescription.
You cannot?
You cannot. It's a prescription.
And so if there was any testimony here that you can, of course that would be incorrect in your mind.
Right.
I see. All right. Now,
this is a fiery
you of
court.
course do not know. Well, let's try that. Is your testimony here today that Natalie Cochran never had any medication for your son?
Correct.
Did you in fact allow her to pick up the medication for your son from the pharmacies?
Yes, she would pick up medicine and then drop it off at the house.
I'm going to ask you again whether she was allowed to have the medication in her possession for your son.
Yes, but she did not take it home with her.
Yes or no, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to.
It's a very narrow answer. I'm sure the direct will clear that up.
If I may approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked defendant's exhibit number 8 and ask you whether you would recognize this document.
Yes, I've never seen it before, but
What would this document be, ma'am?
Would I recognize it?
it's showing the doctor that prescribed Gavin his insulin.
Would you turn to page 2? I'm sorry, page 3. Who was picking up that medication for?
Purple coconut, I think you're right.
Natalie.
All right. I'm going to ask that this exhibit be admitted into the evidence.
Any objection?
Sloth Life, thank you very much.
Ms. Akins, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It is
Nurse,
admitted into
not
evidence.
lawyer.
How
Congratulations.
many times has Natalie Cochran picked up medication for your son, ma'am?
I'm not sure how many times.
Numerous times. Would it be fair to say?
Yes, I would say yes, several times.
Okay. And it was always a Humalog, right?
Not always.
Not always?
No, because he had other prescriptions.
Okay. Have you ever injected Humalog into your son's body?
Yes.
What dosage? A vial?
It was from the vial. I don't remember what dosages because it would all depend on what he ate. So
Okay.
I don't know. Like I can't say right off.
Okay. Let's. Were there any times that you would inject the whole vial into his body?
Oh, never. No.
Never?
No.
Half a vial?
No. Just
No.
very little.
Very little.
Yes, like a millimeter, or it just like I said, it depended on the dosage.
And every time you injected the vial into his body, he didn't drop unconscious on the floor, did he?
No, but several times I had actually dosed him too much insulin, and he got to the point where he would almost, pass out. His blood sugar would drop real low, and we were able to give him a glucagon, which would bring his blood sugar back up.
But I asked you whether ever, upon your injection of Humalog into his body, he lost consciousness and dropped
No.
either on the floor or anywhere?
No.
No. Now, would you agree with me that you're not a doctor, right?
Correct.
You're not an endocrinologist.
No.
Right. You're not an expert in this field. All you can tell this jury about medication involving diabetes is from what you observed as the mother of an ill child, right?
Right.
Okay. Would you agree with me, ma'am, that different human bodies react differently to medication?
Yes.
Okay. So you have absolutely no idea how Michael Cochran reacted and to what medication?
Correct.
I want to ask you now about Michael a little bit. You've known this family since 2010 until, well, 2019, I presume.
Correct.
Michael, you said, was taking steroids, right?
I never said that.
Well, what did he take?
I always knew him to take the supplements that you would get from GNC and over the counter, but I never knew him to take actual steroids.
You have absolutely no clue what this gentleman was taking.
Only what Natalie had told me.
Right. And did you ever see him take any medication?
No.
No. He was a bodybuilder, wasn't he?
Yes, he lifted weights.
Cared about his image, of his physique, right?
Yes.
In fact, he was taking substances that were less than kosher. Did you know about that?
No, I did
Less
not.
than kosher.
Did you know that he was
It's not
taking
okay.
substances that were sold online
Sorry, chat
from
wasn't on the
Mexico
screen.
or some other
Apologize.
wild place?
I did not until the day that he fell ill. She had said that he was taking Mexican supplements, but I didn't know that until the day he fell ill and she had texted.
Well, it's strange. Now, did you ever talk to your husband about Michael taking any supplements?
I mean, yeah, he knew that he took supplements as well.
Now, didn't your husband try to dissuade Michael from taking all that stuff?
Yes, that was after Mike was diagnosed with seizures.
Right.
And he talked about not taking the medicine.
So Michael had some medical problems, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, let's start with 2017. He had a back problem and had to go to the hospital for back surgery, right?
Yes, I believe.
That may not have had anything to do with seizures, but in October of 2018, he went to the hospital with the conditions that were similar to when he collapsed on the floor, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. What was the diagnosis then on him?
Objection, Your Honor. How is she expected to have that information?
Sustained.
There's an objection.
Did you talk to
from
him
the
after he came out of the
prosecution.
hospital in one
Moved
day?
there first.
Yes, we would have spoke, yes.
Did he tell you that he hated hospitals with an unbridled passion and would never go back to a hospital?
Unbridled
I knew his
passion.
disdain for hospitals, yes.
There's some words.
And then he wasn't unlucky because on the second day of November of that year, he went to the hospital with the same conditions that similar conditions or maybe even the same conditions that he had when he collapsed on the floor. Didn't he?
Yes.
And stayed in the hospital for 4 or 5 days, right?
I don't remember the exact time.
No? Do you know what was wrong with him?
I don't know if it was at that time that we were told that he was diagnosed with seizures.
Seizures. Did you also hear anything about his brain swelling?
I know they had done MRIs and CAT scans, but I don't remember if it was the November visit or the October visit.
Well, did they say anything about his having a mass on the brain?
I remember they said something about having a mass on the brain, but then the next scan showed that there wasn't anything.
But then they said that he had brain swelling, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
What did he appear to you like when he was in the hospital at that time? Sluggish? Slow reacting? Tell us.
I mean, by the time that I had seen him, he was talking and everything. I mean, he wasn't feeling well, but
No Walmart yet.
I didn't see him right away, so.
Right? In February of next year, so it's almost, 2 months later, did he appear to you to be sick?
He wasn't sick, no, not
No?
until today.
No, he wasn't sick until that date, until the 6th of February.
Right, that I'm aware of.
Okay. When did you see him last before the February 6th?
I don't know if it would have been the day before or a couple days before that, because he came over and put a ceiling fan in our living room. But I don't know the date of that exactly. But it was a few days before.
If there were other people who saw him acting very strange and sick and otherwise almost incapacitated, would that surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you have absolutely no idea what Michael took in terms of the names of the medications or the supplements or whatever medication he was taking.
I do not know.
Do you know how long he has been taking these supplements?
No.
Have you ever talked to Natalie's children about Michael's use of steroids, anabolics, whatever he was using?
I don't remember if we did.
Okay. Well, they were there all day in their home. They would know, wouldn't they?
They would know. I wasn't there, though, so that wasn't anything I discussed with them.
Okay. Did you ever ask Michael what he was taking?
No.
Well, did you know that he was eating these medications by a plateful?
No, I did not.
Did you know that he was using insulin regularly, on a regular basis?
No, I did not.
Okay. How many times did Natalie Cochran pick up this Humalog for your son prior to February 4th?
I don't know how many times.
How many times did she pick up that insulin Humalog after Michael's demise?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. And if she ever, did she ever take that medication home? Or is it your testimony here today that invariably she would bring it to your house?
I mean, I can't say for certain. I don't know.
So if,
I would assume she would bring it straight to me, because that would be something that we would need to put in the refrigerator.
So the insulin that was found in her refrigerator, that would be abnormal, wouldn't it?
She shouldn't have any of, I know my son's insulin, because he needed that.
Right, but if law enforcement officers found a Humalog vial in her refrigerator, what would that tell you?
I don't know.
Right. So is it possible, Ms. Davis, that as you sit here today, you don't know how many times Natalie Cochran took that medication, that insulin, to her place, where she stored it, what she did with it?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Now, also, I want to ask you this. When Michael was putting up that fan in your house, he had trouble doing that, didn't he?
I don't remember. Him and my husband worked on it. I just know he was there to put up the ceiling fan.
But you didn't know how he acted that day?
I don't recall.
I see. All right. Might have a second.
We have a ceiling fan. We've had a bingo.
There was a time
It's a great case.
when your son used the pump, the insulin pump, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then why would you need the regular Humalog if you had the pump?
Because that's what you use to fill the pump. We would have to use Humalog and inject it into his pump before we put his insulin pump on his arm.
And if the pump didn't work?
If the pump didn't work, then we would refill a new one.
Okay.
And put it back on him.
So is that your testimony, that you always had either the pump or the insulin?
Yes, he cannot live without either.
Okay. All right. You said that you observed Natalie in the hospital while Mr. Cochran was there. Right? And you said she acted strong?
Yes, I thought she was strong, yes.
What other words did you use?
She was calm.
Calm. And yet she was so concerned that she didn't want to see Michael in that condition. And she would rather see him dead, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, you said something about putting a pillow on his head.
I asked her what I could do to help, or if there's anything I could get her. And she had made that comment.
Would you agree with me, ma'am, that people act very differently in situations like that?
Yes.
And people are distraught by the very fact that their loved one may be on a threshold of death, and they say things and do things that they would not normally not say or do.
Yes.
So you may find this odd, what my client may have said, but you're not a psychologist, and you cannot say anything about that comment that would make you believe that she's guilty of anything. Right?
Correct.
Now, they used to be good friends and neighbors. I don't think they're either anymore.
Were you informed of Mr. Cochran's condition on the what was it, the first day?
The second?
In relation to the shot that he supposedly got from, well, I guess you would claim Natalie.
I'm sorry, what is your question?
Well, we're looking at a shot that was apparently administered to Mr. Cochran. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I'm I'm not sure your question.
So you don't even know whether his condition was caused by any shot of insulin?
No, we don't know what his condition was caused by.
Okay. Well, Natalie texted you and told you that she was sick that day.
Correct.
Now, you've known her for a long time, and you knew that she had several medical conditions.
Yes, she had found out she had cancer, and it was stage 3, I believe.
And she was being treated for it, or at least being diagnosed with it, or required a second opinion during that time, right?
Yes.
And she also had a heart problem that required all kinds of attention, medical attention.
Yes.
Correct? Now, well, since you know so much about insulin, what else can insulin be used for in a household?
In my life, it's only been used for diabetes. I don't know what else you would use it for.
Bringing the sugar up or down?
It brings your blood sugar down.
All right. So if Natalie Cochran had a problem with her sugar, not necessarily diabetes, would you find it really strange that she had diabetes in her, and that she had insulin in her home?
No.
No.
So she just self-diagnosed without a prescription and brought some home? New hot take delivered by the co-counsel.
Did your son have to take any steroids? Was he given any steroids as part of his treatment
for diabetes? No.
Now, do you have any medical knowledge to assess the effect of any steroids on the sugar? Or
no,
would you not?
I don't have any knowledge, no.
All right. Natalie told you that day that she was taking steroids, right?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No.
And that the steroids caused her sugar to rise. She told you that, right?
Yes, she told me that.
And so when she used some insulin, or whether she had insulin at home, for that particular purpose, you wouldn't find it, and you wouldn't find it strange that she did.
No.
Okay. No. Was Michael Cochran ever sick in your presence?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about February. I'm talking about any other times. What was he sick with?
We thought, and I don't know if it was the October or November, that it was mold.
Okay.
Possibly poisoning or mold.
Poisoning or mold.
And how did he react?
He was sick and nauseous.
Okay, this has Corey Richards all over it.
Did you ever see him collapse?
I never saw him collapse, no.
Did you hear about him collapsing?
Not other than that day.
How about having convulsions or epilepsy?
No.
Have you ever heard him talk about not taking his medication because he didn't really care about the doctors and medical care?
Natalie had told us that he had stopped taking his seizure medication.
Well, and you, as a friend of Michael, did you ever approach him about that?
No, I did not.
Did anybody talk to him about it?
I don't know.
Objection, call to hearsay.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
The second objection by the prosecution brings us to 21.
What is your profession, ma'am?
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
I'm sorry.
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Oh, you have the tough one. And I'm very sorry about your child having diabetes. That's this is a pretty serious illness, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, have you yourself participated in any business transactions with Natalie or Michael Cochran?
She would help with the juvenile diabetes fundraisers.
Okay.
She would sponsor those, and we did a motorcycle rally. She held a couple of those for him, and also a 5K run for diabetes.
Okay. Did Michael live in luxury?
I mean, just normal as anyone else would, in my opinion.
Beautiful house?
Yes, they had a beautiful house.
They had more than one house, right?
Yeah, they did buy other property, yes.
Okay. How about, well, we men call it toys. Motorcycles?
Yes.
How many did he have?
I know of one. I don't know if he had multiple. I mean, I do know of the one because he rode it in the motorcycle rally.
He has a pretty nice car, too.
Yes.
What was it?
He had a truck, a pickup truck.
Didn't he have an antique 65? Very sexy car. An antique.
Yes, I don't remember the.
You don't remember that?
But no, it was a Cobra. Yeah.
Cobra. All right. Did you go on any vacations with them?
Yes, we did.
Who paid the bill?
Well, we would pay for our half, and they would pay for their half. And
did Michael ever treat?
Yes, we would treat their meals, and they would treat our meals.
Would you agree with me that he was at his absolute happiest when he had the money?
I mean, I don't know.
Was he acting?
I don't know
very
if he
happy?
was at his happiest during that time.
Okay. Would you agree with me that he was a dominant character in the marriage to Natalie?
Yeah, as my husband is as well with me.
I'm concerned about Michael and Natalie. What Michael said, that was the law, right?
I believe so.
Okay. How did he treat the children?
He treated them like any normal dad.
They had everything that they could have under the sun. He would buy them everything. They would have their own luxury life. Isn't that true?
He would buy them whatever they needed.
Okay. How about money per se? Did he ever flash the cash, so to speak?
Did he flash
No,
the cash?
Never took anybody out to eat, pay for everybody?
Or
Well, yes,
approaching
he would
the
do
cash
that.
baby testimony.
Now, what do you know about Michael's business? What did he do for a living?
They were doing the government contracts.
Okay. Michael?
It was him and Natalie.
Okay. What was his role in this government contracts thing?
I don't know. I don't know his exact role.
Okay. But he talked about it?
Yes, they would talk about it.
Well, what did he tell you about it?
I didn't talk personally to him.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
just when we were in a setting together.
All right. I'm going to ask you about your husband ever working out with him? Or did you ever work out with him?
No.
Okay,
no.
that would be weird.
I don't know if my husband ever did.
He was trying to be a bodybuilder, or at least he was a bodybuilder, right?
During the time we knew them, he would lift weights.
Okay.
I mean, to be a professional bodybuilder, I don't know about that, but he would lift weights during the time we were friends with him.
Was he proud of his physique and
Yes.
musculature? He liked to be seen as fit and nimble and whatever else, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he spend a lot of time in the gym? Did you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Where was their business, by the way? The contract business. Where was their office?
They had a building on Eisenhower Drive.
Okay. Describe that. Was there any front desk, secretary, office decorations? What?
I don't remember much about it. I remember there's a couch, a little kitchenette.
Not much of an office.
And then, I don't remember much about it other than that.
Okay. Now, you obviously knew that Natalie was a pharmacist, right?
Correct.
Did you know about her reputation in the community as a good pharmacist? Knowledgeable?
She was very knowledgeable.
She was very knowledgeable. She was knowledgeable of more than just insulin, right? She knew about other substances.
I believe she also took care of maybe people on cholesterol medicine, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. She had years of experience as a pharmacist, right?
Yes.
Well, that person would have knowledge of all kinds of drugs, right?
I would assume, yes.
Even those drugs that kill silently?
I don't know what she would have knowledge of.
Yeah. I want to ask you this. You were, if not the closest friend of Natalie, at least one of the closest friends. At the time of Michael's death, would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Would it then surprise you that Natalie, who was obviously in distress over her husband's condition, would be notifying you every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes, every hour as to what his sudden condition is? Would it surprise you? Would it shock you?
Would it surprise me if she did or if she didn't?
If she did.
Either way, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, or if she didn't. Either way, it wouldn't surprise you. Because you were her friend.
Right.
And she had her... Well, by the way, do you know how long they were married?
18, 19 years, maybe.
High school. Were they high school sweethearts? Do you know?
They told us they were high school sweethearts, yes.
Yeah. So this woman who has just put her husband in a hospital, who may be in a coma, she needs to talk to somebody about it. And that would be you. Would that be anything shocking to you?
No.
Okay. And she didn't tell you anything that would suggest to you that she was the one who, for lack of a better phrase, executed him.
No.
If I may have a second.
All right.
All right. Let's see if he reached the end of his questions. I'm trying to put together a list of all the funny things this attorney has said, like flash the cash, very sexy car, things like that. If there's something else I missed, please put it in chat.
Backup plan for your son, and I'm just gonna use the word, well, the letter G. I don't want to bring children's names into this.
His name is Grant and Gavin. Are my sons.
Okay, well, out of the respect for him, we don't necessarily want to bring him in public knowledge of it.
Right.
How old is he now?
My youngest is 19.
Okay, so he's an adult right now.
Yes.
Okay. What was the backup plan? If you could not, for some reason, administer the medication to him, then was Natalie in charge of that?
His client is
No, my husband. If I couldn't, then my husband would.
Was there any contact with the school where your child was attending? That if you could not be there, that Natalie would be called to administer the medication?
I don't remember that because the first year he was on shots, he didn't allow the nurse to even give him shots. I had to go to the school every day to give him shots, so I don't know.
Okay. If I may have a second.
Very well.
Man, crazy. Is he done? I like this. This is going to be one of my most
Thank you, Your Honor.
enjoyable trials ever. I love how this is going.
No, Your Honor, it won't.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
The vital signs that we talked about earlier that Natalie texted to you, were you ever able to verify that those actually were Michael's vitals at that time?
No.
Do you know who set up all of Michael's supplements and medications?
I know, well, Natalie had told me that she always, would set everything up.
Okay. Did you ever have Natalie pick up insulin for Gavin and not receive it?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And just on a personal level, have you ever had a loved one, even Gavin, who became seriously ill?
Yes.
Did it occur to you to take photographs of them while they were ill?
No.
Did it ever occur to you to attempt to end their life because they were so ill?
No.
And I know that you and Natalie were very close prior to Michael's death, and even for a little while afterwards. Was she always honest with you during that time?
Judge, I'm going to object as the comment on the defendant's character.
I think I must sustain that objection.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Victor?
The prosecuting attorney right now asked you whether she, that is my client, Natalie Cochran, was setting up medication for her husband, and you said yes?
I don't remember if they were pill boxes or what, but his normal, daily medicine, whether it was vitamins or whatever, she would always put together for him.
And you know that for a fact?
That's what she told me, so.
And she would, so you presumed, I guess, that she would put up all the supplements from Mexico and from some other God only knows what place on his plate? Is that what you assumed?
Just whatever she told me.
Okay. You went to the Cochran's home, right?
Correct.
Have you ever seen their medicine cabinet?
Ooh, medicine
If
cabinet.
I recall, it was, and I don't remember what was in it, it was just by the sink in a cabinet.
Would it surprise you to know that Michael had his own medicine cabinet that nobody had access to?
Yes.
Would it surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Eckler?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any difficulties to excuse this witness, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, Ms. Davis. You are excused. And let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. We'll break for 10, 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, members of the jury. Smoke them if you got them. You may go with the staff at this time.
Smoke them if you got them. That's going on my list. Okay, we're collecting funny statements, funny comments from this court, and smoke them if you got them. Just made it on the top of the list here. Funny times. This judge is great. Okay, we're back.
You may be seated. All right, are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, while Ms. Davis was on the stand, I neglected to move to enter State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
All right, any objection, Mr. Pickles?
No, Your Honor, and I neglected to admit 7 and 8, so I'm going to do it now.
All right, any objection, Ms. Acorn?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. State's Exhibit number 2 and the defense exhibits 7 and 8 are all admitted into evidence. Very well. Bring in the jury, please, Taylor.
We know the trial is still ongoing right now. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be about 10 days. We're trying to catch up before the verdict. That's my goal. So we're going to try to do day 2 today as well after a brief lunch break. These are some funny. So we've got Flash the Cash. My client is a bad girl. Very sexy car. Smoke them if you got them. If you guys see any or hear anything funny that happens, a little funny phrase or saying, preferably short, let me know. I might do something fun with all the sayings when we're done here. Maybe it'll be on a shirt. We'll do like one of those crossword shirts where all these phrases come together. Little one-liners.
All right. Will the state please call their next witness?
Your Honor, the State calls Trooper John Hamilton to the stand.
Very well.
I'm working on a song. We're working on it. Okay, this should be our last witness for day 1 before we start day 2.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may have a seat right there. All right, Ms. Acorn.
Could you please state your name for the record?
John Hamilton,
And how are you employed?
West Virginia State Police.
And just for the jury's benefit, today you are testifying in your capacity as a civilian citizen, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hence no badge.
Are you familiar with Mike and Natalie Cochran?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how you met them?
Through football.
What sort of a relationship did you have with them?
We were friends with them.
Were you relatively close friends?
At the time, I thought we were.
Ooh,
just very briefly, did you and your wife invest in either of the Cochran's companies, TMS or TSG?
My wife did.
Okay. Do you recall what the outcome of that was?
As far as gaining money, losing money, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
We lost money in it, ma'am.
Okay. Does the date of February 6th, 2019 stand out to you for any reason?
Yes, ma'am.
And why does that stand out in your mind?
It's the day that I was summoned to their house by Natalie. She told me that Mike was sick and he had a seizure, and if I could come help her get him on the couch.
And did you go to their house at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about what time during the day it was that she informed you that Michael was sick?
It was in the early morning hours, ma'am, maybe 10, 11, something like that.
And about how long did it take you from the time that you found out Michael was ill to get to their house?
Roughly 20 minutes.
What happened once you arrived at the house?
Once I arrived at the house, ma'am, Jonathan and Jason already had Mike up on the couch. They were still there. Natalie was there. I asked her how she wanted to get Mike to the hospital, if she wanted us to drive him, if she wanted to call an ambulance, or how she wanted to get him there. And she told me that she would let him sleep it off because he'd had a seizure.
And just to back up a little bit before we go on, who are Jonathan and Jason?
Those were her contractors who worked for her full time.
Did you take any action with regard to Michael at that point?
No, ma'am. That's whenever I called my wife. I asked her, I said, hey, I said, Natalie doesn't want to take Mike to the hospital. I said, see if you can come out here and get her to take him to the hospital.
And what's your wife's name, sir?
Stephanie Hamilton.
Were you still at the Cochran residence when your wife arrived?
Yes.
Did you observe her take any action with regard to Michael?
Yes, she, I'm not exactly what all she did do, but she also told Natalie that he probably needed to be seen, this and that, and we could get him to the hospital. She even mentioned Chris Davis's plane. We could fly him down there, and she just, once again, just told us that he'd had a seizure and she was going to let him sleep it off.
And you heard all of that with your own ears?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you already kind of touched on this a little bit. What did Natalie tell you happened that caused Michael to end up in the state he was in?
She said that he was in the kitchen and had a seizure.
Have you ever seen him have an episode like the one that she described?
No, ma'am.
About how long did you stay at the Cochran residence that day?
It was for a couple hours at least, ma'am.
And before you left the residence, who was still there? At the time that you went to leave, who was at the Cochran residence?
I think it may have just been me and her.
Okay. And what led you to make the decision to leave at that point, since Michael had not yet been transported to the hospital?
She just said she was just going to let him sleep it off, and he was just still laying on the couch, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see Michael alive again after that?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Just briefly.
Just briefly.
Officer, what is your rank?
I'm a corporal.
Corporal. You are not in uniform today because you're testifying as a civilian, in a civilian capacity?
Yes.
You're still on active duty, right?
I'm
You're
sorry,
still
sir.
active as a police
Oh,
officer.
yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. You said on direct that you've never seen Michael in a condition like this, right?
Never. I mean, just not in a seizure, sir.
Not on a seizure.
Yes.
But you saw Michael in the hospital on prior occasion.
Yes, sir, I
you?
did.
And that would have been in November of the previous year, so that would be 2018, right?
Yes, sir. It's November, sir.
What was he in the hospital for?
As far as I know, sir, he was sick, and they never knew what exactly was wrong with him.
Okay. And why were you in the hospital, sir?
Why was I there?
Yeah.
We went down to check on Mike, and actually me and Chris Davis and Jason actually spent the night with him because they said that he was flailing around and this and that, and they were going to have to restrain him. So we said we'd stay there so they wouldn't have to.
Okay. So, were you an intimate friend with the Cochrans, or were you just friends through the Davises? How was it?
We were friends through football, sir.
Okay. Football. What football? Give me some.
Like miniature football.
Oh, miniature football.
Midget league football, sir.
Oh,
That's how we become friends with them,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So,
Did he say midget league football?
in November of that year, of 2018, Michael
there a
went to
sport
the
I've never
hospital
heard of before?
twice, right? That would be
Yes.
October 31st, he went to the hospital. Right? You knew about it, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him?
I'm not sure, sir.
Nobody knew, right?
Mhm.
Did he have a seizure? What did they say, to the best of your recollection?
What did they say?
What did they say in the hospital?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
All right.
Sustained.
Well, how did he behave? What symptoms did he have when you saw him?
Whenever I saw him, sir, he was asleep.
Okay. And I'm talking about October of 2018.
I don't know if I saw him that day or not,
Okay.
sir.
You saw him, however, in November of 2018 in a hospital.
Yes, sir.
Which
Little
hospital would
league,
that be?
Pee-wee.
I think CAMC, sir, or General,
Would
one of the
that-
two in Canal City.
In Charleston?
Yes, sir.
And what was his condition? What did he look like? How was he acting?
He was asleep whenever I got there, sir. He'd been sedated, I believe.
Okay.
And the next day, whenever he got up, he was talking and this and that.
He slept all day?
No, the next day, whenever he woke up, sir.
Okay, so he woke up the next day?
Yes, sir.
So he slept just like he slept here in the home of February in February of 2019, right?
But this night he'd been sedated, sir.
Okay. Well, you don't. Well, that's what they told you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when he woke up, he was agitated,
Yes, sir. Down to hospital he was.
and he had to be held down, right, by you and Chris and.
That's why he went there, sir. So they wouldn't have to restrain him, sir. Yes, sir.
And of course, at that time, didn't he tell you that he would never go again to a hospital?
Yes, sir. He did.
It was a waste of time.
Yes.
Right. Did you know what kind of medication he was taking at that time?
No, sir. I don't.
And when he said that he was not going to go back to the hospital, he said to tell everybody that he was not going to be caught in a hospital again, right?
I don't remember the exact words, sir.
All right. It was not only a waste of time, but also a waste of his money, because that
Yes.
was expensive, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the Cochran's residence in February of 2019, Michael was already asleep, you said?
He was on the couch, yes, sir.
On the couch. You don't really know what caused his condition, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know whether he was injected with something, or whether he hit his head against the counter, or whether he just collapsed, right? Or whether he just collapsed.
She told me, sir, that he had fallen in the kitchen.
Okay.
And he had a seizure.
Okay. You didn't see his medical records from October or November of 2018, did you?
I've never saw his medical records, sir.
So you wouldn't know whether his condition in 2018 was the same as in 2019.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you know about all the steroids that he was taking?
No, sir.
Or any substances that he was taking?
No, sir.
Was he a bodybuilder?
Yes, sir. He stayed very fit.
What did he do to stay fit? I mean, was he trying to participate in some bodybuilding competitions? What was he doing?
As far as I know, sir, lifting weights.
Lifting weights. Was he talking about participating in any kind of I don't know, Mr. Universe competitions or anything of that kind?
Never told me that, sir.
Never told. Now, when your wife arrived at the Cochran's residence, she took all kinds of vitals of Mr. Cochran, didn't she?
I can't remember exactly what all she did do, sir.
Oh, okay. But you don't know the results or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. And your wife, I understand, is a paramedic, right?
She's a physician assistant, sir.
A physician assistant?
Yes, sir.
So she knows something about medicine?
Yes, sir.
Did she believe that Mr. Cochran had to go to the hospital?
Yes, sir. She also told Natalie to take Mike to the hospital.
Okay. Did Natalie mention anything to you about Mr. Cochran not wanting to go to the hospital?
Yes, sir. She did.
And you heard that before from himself?
Yes, sir.
He's a trooper and a friend, but he's testifying as a friend.
You testified on direct that you lost in the business run by Michael and Natalie. How much did you invest with them?
Sir, that was my wife. I had nothing to do with that.
Okay, so you personally didn't lose any money?
No, sir. That was my wife. She was the one that dealt with Natalie on that part.
Right. But would you agree with me that the marriage lost?
Yes, sir.
You don't know how much, do you?
I couldn't give you an exact figure, no, sir.
Okay. All right.
Not enough to notice?
Did you know Michael before the day he went to the hospital, or he had that seizure, or whatever happened to him in February?
Did I know him, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you see him the week before, or a week before, or 2 weeks before February?
I'm sure I probably did, sir, maybe.
Did he appear sick to you?
I do not remember, sir.
Okay. How about November or October, late October of 2018? Did he appear sick to you, or did he appear any maybe lethargic or in any condition that would display some type of illness?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you a yes or no on that there because I really don't remember, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether Natalie Cochran had any insulin in her house?
I'm not sure if Natalie, you're talking about on that day, sir?
Yes.
I am not sure if she did or not, sir.
Okay. And you knew the Davises, right?
Yes.
Obviously. You knew about the unfortunate fate of their son who had pretty serious diabetes.
Yes, sir. He's also has a pump, sir.
Yeah, he had a pump, and he was using insulin, right?
Yes, sir. Through his pump.
And the pump, and well, insulin itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know whether Natalie has ever had any of his insulin?
I do not know, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Selena.
You
That
also
could help a
did you
little bit.
also know that Michael had a back problem?
I do not remember if he had a back problem or not,
Okay.
sir.
Were there any sports activities involving the adults that you and Michael participated in?
Not that I participated in, sir.
Oh, okay. Do you know?
Just the midgets.
When your wife decided to invest in Michael and Natalie's business, who did she contact?
Who did she contact?
Yeah, about the investment.
Actually, I believe Natalie contacted her, sir.
Okay. Did she have any dealings with Michael?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Did you ever know about Michael's business? The investment business?
No, sir. I don't know which business you're talking about.
Did you know anything about his medicine intake?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing about any steroids or anything, any other medication, legal or semi-legal?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, if I may have a moment. Did you visit Michael in a hospital after his back surgery? Do you recall that?
I don't remember him having back surgery, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Ms. Aker.
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
When you saw Michael in the hospital in late 2018, How did that compare with the condition you saw him in on February 6th of 2019?
As far as just his condition, ma'am?
Yes, the condition that you were able to observe yourself.
Well, on that right there, he actually woke up when we saw him back then.
And that leads me to my next question. Did Michael wake up at all while you were there on February 6th?
I think he woke up one time where my wife was talking to him because I think she said that she was going to take his temperature or something like that, and he opened his eyes and looked at her, and I think she said something like, "Don't hit me, Mike, 'cause I'm going to take your temperature."
Okay. And that's the only time you're aware of that he woke up that day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Don't hit me,
If I understood your testimony correctly, when you visited Michael in a hospital in November 2018, you didn't stay overnight with him until he woke up the next day, right?
Yes, sir, we stayed the night with him. Yes, sir.
So it took him a whole day, and took him until the next day to wake up.
I think we got there late the evening, sir, maybe 10 o'clock or so, and he maybe woke up the next day, maybe 8, 9, something like that, sir. I couldn't give an exact estimate.
And you left the Cochran's home in February of 2019 at what time?
I don't remember exactly what time it was, sir.
So how many hours did you stay there?
Probably 2, 3 maybe, something like that.
So of course you stayed longer with Michael in November of 2018 than in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
So you have no idea whether he would have woken up after 6 or 7 hours or overnight, or how long it would have taken for him to wake up. It was actually in November that he took 6 or 7 hours to wake up, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's really no difference between his condition in November and February of next year based on how long he slept, is there?
No, sir.
All right, that's all.
Anything further, Ms. Aker?
I just have one more question, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hamilton, was it your testimony that when you visited Michael in the hospital in late 2018 that he was under sedation?
That's what was my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, so Mr. Hamilton,
This witness be excused.
Trooper Hamilton's done.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
A friend,
Call your next
neighbor,
witness to take order.
he says they knew each other through midget football. I didn't know that was a thing. I've heard of Little League. I've never heard it called midget football before. But I guess every state has a different name for things. That was a quick one. I think we're going to be done for the day. Let me just double check. He said miniature midget football. It's not my words. That's his words, what he named it. That's his clarification. He said both. I listened clear. I heard clearly. He said miniature football, midget league football.
Members of the jury, I'm going to make up for yesterday. We are going to quit for the day, and that gives you a significant break and makes up at least a little bit for the fact that we had to stay so late last night. At least you can get home in time to watch Dr. Phil or whatever shows you enjoy. Please be careful. Please come back tomorrow. We need all of you. We've invested so much time and energy in this case, and we need everybody to continue on and maintain in your roles as jurors. Don't talk to anybody. Don't talk among yourselves. You can imagine you've seen dozens of cameras in the courtroom. It's going to be on TV. It's going to be on the internet. It's going to be in the newspaper. It's going to be on the radio. And please refrain from falling into a trap and watching something or hearing something about this case. If someone should try to tell you things about it, please explain to them the circumstance and walk away or get away from them so that you don't hear anything that may
All right.
view of the matter. As I told you, you need to keep an open mind and wait till you hear everything. We have just started the case, and we have much, much more to go, and I want you to hear everything before you make up your mind. So have a good evening, and I'll have 2 boxes of donuts for you in the morning so that everybody can enjoy a donut, and we'll have some fresh coffee for you as well. With that, you can go with the bailiff to your jury room and depart for the evening. We'll start at 9 a.m.
All right, so we are going to transition out of that and fast forward to the next day, but we're going to take a tiny, tiny break before we start day 2. So we're going to stop this live stream. We're about 4.5 hours in. Let me put another thing on my list. There we go. We're going to take a break. We're going to wrap this one up right here. We're going to continue with day 2 and push all the way through, hopefully all of day 2. That means we might work a little bit late tonight, if that's all right with you all. We want to get day 1 and day 2 done here, but I need a break. I need a little bit of food. I'd like to see the snow outside because the sun is shining, and we've got like 4 or 5 inches of snow out here in eastern North Carolina, which my kids love. The wind chill was 7 degrees when they went out to play. It was crazy. That's about it. So that's where we are. Go make a snow angel. Let me actually make a new. I'm not gonna portal because, well, yeah. Let's do it. Okay, we're setting up the portal right now. It's just going to take a second to click the right link. Got the redirect. It's there. I'll make some fine tunings to it, but we're set up. All right, we're gonna portal. We're gonna go to lunch. Grab a quick bite to eat. Take a little bio break, whatever is needed. We're gonna be back in just a little bit with part 2, day 2 of the Natalie Cochran. I don't know how to say her last name. I probably spelled it wrong too. But we're gonna part 2 of that trial. This one it's grown on me very quickly. I am hooked. It's going absolutely nuts. It's crazy, guys. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make that day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. Till we go live again at 2:30, maybe probably about half an hour or so. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye bye.